Right, hello everybody. Max Verstappen just won the Grand Prix. No, it's a joke. No spoilers, I have yet to watch. He didn't win, they are racing this evening. So approximately 6 hours from now I'm going to watch, so this stream is gonna last 5.5 hours tops. Yeah, race is still a little bit later. Thanks Redshift for the 5th month subscription. 5 months already. By the time when you first subscribed, you were still blue shifted. Thanks Uncle Marek for keeping the crowd entertained with your dad jokes, or I guess I should say uncle jokes in this case. Right, we're gonna get started. 10,000 signs per minute. Not yet. We have one more stepping stone to go, which is a 1000 signs per minute base. So this is the starter base, 63 signs per minute. It got us through the early game and some distance into the infinite technologies, but it has kinda reached the edge of its capabilities. Technologies now cost like 60,000 science packs, which means 1000 minutes for a 63 science per minute base, roughly. Or like 16 hours or so. A little bit less, let's say 13 to 14 hours it will take to complete this. So yeah, this base has done its job, but it is time to move on to the next base. In preparation of that, we designed two areas in the last couple streams. The Mark III module production area, which produces 10 Mark III modules per minute for the rest of the game basically, powered by a green, red and blue chip cascade. Over here. These are our first end game looking builds with actual end game furnace areas, fully beaconed furnaces. 13 furnaces produce a full yellow belt of output, and that's being transferred into here, a full green chip belt of output set up right here. And this is just custom built red chips and blue chips for the occasion. We reused the full belt of green chip output over here, even though we don't quite need it. And we've got the power production for the late game. We need 2 million solar panels, so this area is producing 4.5 solar panels each second. As you can see, every second roughly 4 to 5 of these scroll by. And then we've got the most cursed train in the history of Factorio, I guess. Which brings the modules and the solar panels over to our base. That is sorry. It is somewhere down here, where it is all neatly stored into these chests over here. So it's being pushed out by active providers and the bots just store it in these squares over here. Once the middle square is full, it will start pushing out into the outer squares. And we've got our module 3 production here as well. At the moment, if we look at the mouse over, we've got like 60,000 solar panels, 50,000 accumulators, 1.8k Mark III modules and 1.3k Mark III speed modules, 1.8k productivity Mark III. So yes, that is looking pretty decent already. We got that stuff during the last stream where we prioritized building these two areas so production could start, since both of them have to run quite a while to complete. The module area has to run for approximately 30 hours or so to produce all the Mark III modules for the 1000 per minute starter base. We very roughly estimated it would cost about 16,000 modules to make the starter base. We can see how far we will be off once we build the thing. So it's going to take roughly 30 hours. The solar panel production is going to take roughly 120 hours, but we'll only need this for the 10,000 signs per minute base once we activate it. So first we gotta design and build a 1000 signs per minute base, then we gotta design and build a 10,000 signs per minute base, and only when we switch everything on, we will need those 2 million solar panels. We also checked last time how that would fit, and it turns out the entire visible area here about can contain roughly half of the solar panels and accumulators we need. So we need to, I'm zooming out as far as possible right now. This is the maximum zoomed out map. It is quite a big area already, but we need an area twice the size to place all the solar panels. So far, the north, or especially this area, is looking promising as the water still is bending away, so this may be a large landmass. At some point we'll go explore this, but not now, because we just finished exterminating all the biters here. The only biters left on the planet are these ones on the lake. For the rest, I just use the usual strategy of personally staying far away from the unexplored area, and then we just send out a bunch of remote controlled spiders with explosive rockets to go take out all the biters. They did that last stream, and we have eliminated every biter from the map. So you could say we have a temporary world peace going on at the moment. Temporary only because this pollution is gonna spread over the map, and it is gonna generate new chunks as well if the pollution spreads off the map. And also, we have yet to build the 1000 signs per minute base, and we're no longer gonna be messing around with efficiency modules for that. At this point, where we are using like Mark III modules, maximum productivity assemblers and stuff, those assemblers produce like 30 pollution a minute, so that's as much as a speed moduled miner. So the miner still, if we do speed moduled miners instead of efficiency moduled miners, the miners will become the greatest polluter again. But yeah, at this point, the benefits from efficiency moduling the miners are minor, basically minor. Efficiency moduling the miners, the effect is minor. I think that's how you say it in English. Alright, so that's where we're at right now. We can even show off the expansion chunks. There are no expansion chunks on the map anymore except the ones around this island here. Even expansions, they are just gonna try to expand on these islands all the time because these are the only valid chunks. The entire rest of the world border does not show those chunks anymore, which means there are no more biter bases hidden in the void for now, until we explore further or pollute further. Right, that's what we did. We have a starter base, we started production of modules and solar panels with accumulators for the late game. That has been going. Then we pushed all the biters and we have a temporary world peace going, and now we can design the 1000 signs per minute starter base in peace. And that is basically the theme of today. We're not going to be able to design the entire thing, but we're going to get it started. Alright, so I'll guess full blue belt. A full blue belt is 2700 items a second, so I'm not a fan of walls. It depends how many biters there are. In the Ultimate Death World challenge, it wasn't really viable to clear up all biters because every time you walk into a new chunk, there's gonna be biters. But this map is populated sparsely enough that it is possible to kill a biter nest without and have the chance to not expose new biters in the process. So we don't need to do the entire Ultimate Death World challenge thing with the laser turrets on the edge and all that stuff. Here we can just send some spiders out and that's it. Alright. I think that is enough introduction. Peace by quantum elimination. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep the world peace eventually. We will need a lot more space though. So we're gonna have to temporarily break the truce we've got going on and spread world peace out a little bit further into the void still. Alright. Let's loot the actual save. This was just a save for the nice zoom effect. Alright, my zoom is actually limited. I need to set that up again. Maximum zoom out, what was it again, like 26? 26 is too large. 25. It is that value is saved in every save game. Right, this is maximum zoom level. Right, that's good. We can zoom out to show some stuff. Alright. So, what do we got? What do we got actually? We've got a spider here. Let me just check. Oh yeah, we got a couple spiders which follow us with specific inventory. So we got a spider which carries blue belts plus the splitters and undergrounds. We've got a spider which carries a lot of assemblers and beacons and power stuff and inserters. And we've got one spider which carries stuff for mining and smelting and for oil. And a bunch of beacons as well. We don't have a spider which carries around modules just yet. We do have an assistant spider which carries around nothing. We just use that guy to dump our stuff or to go back to the base to request specific stuff from the bots so we can just continue designing. At the moment we threw this stuff in here apparently. So let me get that out and I'll just throw that away. Alright, so I have kind of an organized inventory now with the bots. No more hand feeding, no more hand crafting, no more hand picking, no more hand mining. This playthrough is all about automation. Finally a playthrough which is about automation, I would say. Right. We also basically extended the belt collection out here. The base is mostly done actually with making expensive stuff. We are still making a ton of roboports. But yeah, we are lacking in iron gear production. Because we're making tons of blue belts. Those cost lots and lots of iron gears. And we want lots of those things. So far we've got 62,000 of them. That's a lot, but by far not enough yet, I don't think. So let's just keep that production going for as long as we can. With a little bit of luck, we won't need to build a separate base just to build the belts for our base. As long as we can turn all heavy oil into lubricant. Actually, maybe I should extend lubricant. Yeah, maybe I should extend lubricant collection. For to store up more lubricant when we are not making as many belts as right now. Since we're using up the gears for roboports as well. But if we look at the furnaces, I just saw that the furnaces weren't all smelting anymore. Nah, they are still smelting quite a lot. I thought we may have some extra capacity here. Ah, what is starting soon? Yeah. Sorry about that. I haven't used this text over for a while. What is starting soon? Me paying attention, that is gonna start soon. Holy moly, hello Tyrannosaurus Rex, thanks for the raid with 145 viewers. That is a bunch of guys. I was just finishing up my introduction, I'm just getting started. I guess I'll do a summary of the summary again. So we have a 10,000 signs per minute plan. Right now we have finished the starter base, which is over here. This thing does 63 signs per minute for the entire game basically already, including space signs. We've gotten a little bit into infinite technologies already with 10 levels of mining productivity and stuff. We also built this Mark III module production area, which produces 10 Mark III modules every minute. So that's like 600 modules per hour. We're going to use those to set up the 1000 signs per minute base. We've also already got solar panel and accumulator production, but we're not going to need those. This production started early because we're going to need like 2 million of these, so it's going to take roughly 120 hours to produce the amount we need. So this has been started early as well. We're running on nuclear power now, but eventually we need to switch to solar panels. What else? Yeah, and right now we are preparing to start the design work on the first part, the 1000 signs per minute base, which is going to have a dual functionality. It can produce 1000 signs per minute, or it's going to produce an additional We can use it for additional module production if we are not using it to research. So this module area is only going to get us into the 1000 signs per minute base, but for the 10,000 signs per minute base we're going to need roughly 10 times the modules. That would be 300 hours of module production. That is going to take too long. So the 1000 signs per minute base is going to have a dual functionality. Get us deep into the research tree, deep enough so that we can build like compact mining setups for the 10,000 signs per minute base, and making extra modules whenever we need them, basically. Yeah, and the biter problem. Biters are on. Okay, I'll catch up with chat in a bit. Biters are on, except at the moment they are off. Because basically we stayed far away from the edges and we sent out some remote spiders over here with explosive rockets, and those autonomously could get rid of all the biter bases far enough out so that no more biter bases are even hidden in the black void over here. If we switch on expansion chunks once more, you can see there's expansion chunks ranging around these biters. But there's no expansion chunks anywhere else on the map anymore, which indicates no more biters exist. I can even go into editor mode. If we then zoom in on this map view here, you can see basically this is the border of the world, and you can see this is actually filled in. Here there is land present in the map editor already, but nothing has been generated on this land just yet. So this is all just like base land. It is not actually generated land. No entities have been generated just yet. So that is how we got rid of the biters, basically. Right. So thanks everybody for subscribing. Thanks Iverson for the subscription for Tyrannosaurus Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex. That name sounds familiar. Weren't you also a Super Mario speedrunner? Or was that somebody else? I have a feeling that name sounds familiar in the like with Mitch Flower Power and all that stuff. Thanks 00MKS00 as well for the Prime subscription. Yeah, normal rockets have bigger damage, but explosive rockets have area of effect, and we've upgraded them so that the explosive damage alone is enough to one-shot a biter nest. Yeah, Spidertrons, if you only the player generates new chunks in the background around himself. The other thing which can generate new chunks is pollution, so we gotta... this is a temporary world piece, we are going to pollute beyond this. And of course artillery shells, you can explore the void with artillery shells, a popular method to do that as well. Right, then we're actually gonna get started. I've got myself a bunch of spiders as well to follow me around with some personal construction stuff. So we are all set to go. Let's load yet again. Thanks Linkus as well for the Prime subscription. Jeff Bezos has enough money, so everybody use your Prime subscription to support your favorite streamer. If you came from Tyrannosaurus Rex, then subscribe to him, obviously. But don't let the free Prime subscription go to waste. Alright. So, 1000 signs per minute base. We are going to switch over to our friend Mr. Calculator for a bit. Thanks for the reminder. Thank you for taking Jeff Bezos' money straight out of his pocket. Right, I have this guy set up. I should probably move to somewhere over here. Alright, so we can go to Mr. Browser over here. This is Kirk McDonald's Factorio calculator. Just gonna stay here for a bit to explain how I design my base, what the design process is going to be. So you can see I got a nice 1008 signs per minute laid out here. Why not 1000 but 1008? Well, it's always nice to have a little bit of overproduction in case one assembler is not working all of the time by some freak occurrence of belt symmetry, inserter picking kind of stuff. It is nice that you still have like 1007.9 signs per minute, which is still more than 1000 signs per minute. So you won't lose your 1k SPM on the first anomaly in the base. Also, if you use 4 beacons with 8 speed modules affecting every assembler, you can get very close to 1000 signs per minute with the usual ratio. So the usual ratio of signs assemblers, if you are a Factorio veteran, you will know it. 5 red, 6 green, everybody gets that ratio. And then it's like basically 12 blue ones, also 5 military ones. So 5 to 6 to 5 to 12, and then 7, 7. This is basically that ratio times 4. And if you use that ratio of assemblers, it has the added benefit that all the signs production is going to be equal with an integer number of assemblers. So for instance, if I would use a 16 beacon setup, or like like an 8 beacon setup with 16 speed modules, now we need 10.91 assemblers, which we cannot build. So we would be building 11 assemblers. That would make more signs than the rest. Alright, so now we need to make a similar amount of green signs. So let's also put green signs at 16. That means we need 13.09. Oh, that's annoying. But 13 would be exactly enough, but it's kind of pushing it. So now the ratios and the production becomes a little bit not nice. So I like the system with the 4 beacons for the eventual signs production. It's a little bit more expensive in terms of modules and assemblers, but it gives you the nice ratio of exactly equal signs production across the board. So let's switch this back to 1008. 1008. So yeah, this is the closest you can get. Here you can see you need 10.98 to cross 1000, so the ratio would not work with this. If you would do like 10 and 12, we would be producing 924 signs per minute, which is not as epic as 1000 signs per minute. We could use a 20 beacon setup, which would work, but that looks a lot. I mean, beacon builds just don't look very pretty, especially not with the square of beacons around every individual assembler. That basically looks pretty horrible, in my opinion. So we're gonna try to stick to rows of beacon, like just a rows of beacon with assemblers in between, or just like a row of beacon with assemblers on both sides and belt stuff going on around the outside. So the 12 beacon setup, actually 12 beacon would be this. That is basically way overshooting our goal. So yeah, this is why I like to stick with the 4 beacon setup for the signs assemblers. Not 208 beacons, just 8. Right, so back to 1008. This is what we're gonna do. So this is, I guess we're first going to design the eventual signs assembler area. I think I want to carry all ingredients to one central area and then just produce all of the sign specs in one area. That's gonna look quite epic, I think. So that means we basically know what we need to do. We need to have every assembler affected by 4 beacons exactly. And then we just need to build the standard Factorio ratio, the standard early game ratio of assemblers 4 times. And that's basically it. That will lead to a 1008 signs per minute setup. So that's what we're gonna work on first. Let's do it. Back to the game. I am back to the game. I guess I just will reload once more to not waste that time. Yeah, the Factorio calculator website is indeed that one under the calc command. Alright. Let's see, was there an answer about Tyrannosaurus Rex? That really sounds so familiar. Ah no, just Factorio. I think it's something which sounds similar then. It really sounds very familiar. Or maybe you're just streaming too often and I see your name in the Factorio, the ongoing Factorio streamer list every time. That could very well be possible. Alright. So let's go and design some signs. So I got my spiders here. One of these spiders should have assemblers. Right. Which of you has assemblers? This guy has 500 assemblers. We have a ton of beacons. Also, we are pretty close by our starting base here, so that is all right. This is just a concrete square to design my blueprints on. Nice and close to the manufacturing area over here. Basically, I'm just gonna grab all these modules. That doesn't even fit in my inventory, that's funny. Let's give them to the... Let's give them to the spider over here. Alright, that is a good amount of modules. Let me just throw away this iron and stuff. Oh, hydrate works again. Alright, let's hydrate. Thanks, that's a good reminder. Especially with a game like Factorio, it's quite easy to get totally assimilated. I want to bring some power over. Right, I want to bring some power over so these setups aren't blinking all the time. Right, I guess let's get designing. I've got my bot armor on with all the bots. So that's good. How to start even? I guess we'll just start with red signs. Yeah, so the normal ratio is determined by the crafting times of the sign specs. Red signs costs 5 seconds to craft. So the usual strategy is to build 5 of those. And then green signs costs 6 seconds to craft. So to get the same amount of signs out, you need 6 green assemblers. According to the same logic, we're gonna need 5 military signs assemblers. And then blue signs is the odd one out. Blue signs has a crafting time of 24 seconds. It gives you 2 at a time though, so it's 12 seconds per sign spec. Still twice as slow as green signs, so of this one we need 12. And then we've got the late game ones. Purple and yellow signs. Those both have the same crafting time, 21 seconds, but they give you 3 at a time. So that means 7 seconds per sign spec. That is where those values come from. So we got 5, 6, 5, 12, 7, 7. That's the Factorio ratio. Alright, I already need some of these modules, not all of them. I need which guy was carrying assemblers again? This guy. Also a ton of beacons we're gonna need, some inserters. Maybe some power lines, some substations. I don't know yet what I'm going to use. And I guess I also want a bunch of belts. And I'm already out of inventory space. I guess I'll just throw some of the beacons in a chest here for now. Alright. So basically we need to module this up with Mark III productivity modules. And all of these assemblers will need to be affected by 4 beacons with speed modules. So now this assembler is affected by 1, 2, 3, 4 beacons. That's the maximum which you can get from one side. This one already does not affect this assembler. And then we just gotta make sure that this goes on far enough to have all of them. So now the crafting speed of this assembler is 3, which means it produces a science pack roughly every 1.6 seconds or so. Right. So this is basically how we have to do it. Then we can put the green science assemblers on the other side, like so. I guess we could actually just plop them right against the beacons, since we only need to input from one side probably. That would make it a bit more compact. But now we basically have to copy this whole thing 4 times, and then we will have enough science assemblers for 1000 science per minute. So let's just lay that out. Alright. I guess we will clear that space a little bit. Right, of course it's getting night, right, as I'm starting to get out in this area, why not? Yeah, I forgot, I still should translate those things to... should the channel points be translated to English? Yes, no, I don't care. I'll vote yes, I need to do it, I forgot to do it. Dang it. Alright. So let's put green signs on the other side. Okay, that's a bit longer. Of course, we've got 20 of those and we've got 24 greens. Military signs actually is the same amount as red signs, so we may put military signs on this side then. Alright, so what if we just took this and instead put military signs on this side? That is the same length. So that is something. We can start a new one with green signs. Let me think. Green signs, and this guy is gonna be, blue signs is gonna be, could be equal length. Let's just plop this guy down. Already out of modules, okay. I grabbed only a quarter of the modules I own though, so let's grab some more. Right, so this is technically blue signs all by itself. That's gonna be 24, 48 in total. Alright. 7, 7, 7, 7. That is purple signs. And I guess yellow signs, yellow and purple signs should go on one side. Alright, so that is everything laid out, right? 28 yellow, 28 purple. Then we've got 48 of these. Alright, now I'm going to cut all of these. And I'm going to just puzzle out the final layout with ghosts. Cut, cut, and cut. Alright, then we can switch off our Roboport. And I'll just paste them back. Let's try to align them a bit. We still need green signs. Perhaps green signs can be... Yeah, where are we gonna put green signs? Maybe we can divide up green signs like so. That could be okay. I mean, they are just they are not going to have the same length in general. You could pair the two blues, yellow. Pair the two blues, yellow and purple, red and military, and have green. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I am Dutch. Yeah, I will translate it to English before the next stream. I hope I remember to do it. Yeah, this could be the end. This could be the end game sign set up already. How much is this taking out? 9 assemblers. How much is this taking out? 4. If I plan it a bit better, I may just be able to do this. And we could build it somewhat symmetric. Like sticking out the same distance from the center. Now it's like symmetric in terms of number of assemblers. I think that's going to be a bit tricky to pull this off though, so perhaps I'll just add on one more on either end like so. We'll see if we need to do that, but this is an option as well. Kinda don't like that. Let's try to get away with this. Alright, so this is the area of the final signs assembly area. This is the size which that area is going to be. It's again getting... Can I design from the map view? It's a bit lighter. Not really. Yeah, the thing is, if I set up like a grid with electricity and stuff, it's going to be hard to play around with these ghost things. Actually, looks like this entire side of iron production is out. Alright, so we are not smelting. The ore is no longer reaching the end here. Basically, that's because we're making all the blue belts. It's costing me a lot. But also, this used to be a steel smeltery. We had 2 iron smelteries here and a steel smeltery, which just took the iron. I've changed it to 3 smelteries, but I never rebalanced this thing over here. So maybe we'll just go there. We'll do that during the next night. We'll fix that during the next night. It's getting day again, so stuff starts to be visible again. Right, I think I can maybe try to make this more compact though. We can do this. Oh, for purple and yellow signs I'm actually not sure. Purple signs is really eating up lots of things. But like this we could make it a bit more compact, perhaps get rid of the belts on the inside. Alright. So how much stuff do we need for, let's go back to this thing. If we just look at, let's first look just at the first four. If we look on red signs, it looks like we need 0.26 belts of copper and 0.26 belts of gears. That means we can just have a single belt of input. And then we just output 0.374 belts of signs. Alright, so this is more than half of a red belt. Half of a red belt is 900 items a second. I'm talking about red belts because we probably are going to do belt weaving here. So we should do belt weaving on the input belt, since 720 copper, 720 gears, that fits on a red belt together. If I change this to red belts real quick. Come on, click, I can click the belt. We can see it requires 0.4 red belts, which means we can still combine this on one belt even if it's red. I guess it's also going to be true for belts and inserters. I guess it's also going to be true for military science ingredients. Everything can fit on half a red belt. What about blue? Red chips probably won't fit. Yeah, for blue, red chips won't fit because we need 3 red chips to make 2 blue signs. So for that we need either a half blue belt or a full red belt. But all of the other ingredients can theoretically fit on half a red belt, so we can combine copper and gears on one belt even if it's red. Okay, that's good to know. Let's switch it back to blue. And all the outputs are slightly, oh yeah, I forgot to look at that. All the outputs are slightly more than half a red belt, I presume. 0.56, yeah, so we cannot do half a red belt of output. That's because of the productivity bonus. Basically 0.4 belts of input times 40% productivity bonus becomes 0.56 belts of output if input and output is 1-to-1. So pretty powerful productivity bonus. Alright, good to know. Back to the game. We are back at the game. So basically what I'm thinking is we can build this against the back of the beacons. I should probably let's put red underground somewhere over here. Fortunately we lost the black spider in combat, so I have one space available on this bar. So basically we could have like copper incoming, we could have gears incoming. What we need to do is we need to just combine that, and we can actually combine it on a red belt. Dang it, this needs to be here then. Alright, so then we can basically do this. We input like so. And then we output like so, and we can output on a blue belt. All of the outputs are gonna go on the far side of the belt, so all of these red sign specs are gonna be put on half of a blue belt, but that's okay. We just saw we need 0.56 red belts of red signs throughput capacity, but that is only 0.37 blue belts, so half of a blue belt of output is gonna be enough. And then we can just copy this, like so. I guess all the way to the end. Alright, and there we get to the problem, I guess. That's not necessarily a problem yet, but if I want to do the same with green signs, it is going to be a bit more annoying. Alright, if this was not here, we could then just do this. And then we have our red signs output belt, basically. So that will work for the other sign specs as well. So basically military signs can do the same. We can do one belt of grenades, one belt of red ammo. That can be combined as well. So let's see if we do the input in the middle and the output on the edges. Perhaps will end up more favorably. So output here and input in the middle. Alright, this could actually work. We could just bring this one over here, and then we have this output, and then we won't interfere with green signs. The thing is though, we are going to require another input for, so yeah, it's not gonna work for military signs because we need another inserter of input, like a belt of walls. I guess we'll just do blue belt. If we can use blue belt, let's use blue belt. So we also need one belt of walls, basically. So military science requires 3 ingredients, and walls is double. But still, it's 2 walls into 2 military science packs, so we still keep the 1-to-1 ratio, so we still need less than half of a belt. So that's gonna be fine. Alright, maybe I should let go of the idea that I want to build those against the back. Does a substation spread? Yeah, it does. The substation easily reaches the other side though, that is nice. We could do like substations on the outside, like so. Why don't use 12 beacons per machine? First of all, it looks horrible. Second of all, it is close to get, or it is difficult. You cannot get close to 1000 signs per minute if you also want signs to be produced exactly equal. Basically, you need to use this ratio, 5 to 6 to 5 to 12 to 7 to 7. Because of the crafting times of the different science packs, you have to use a multiple of that ratio if you want to reliably produce precisely the same amount of each individual science pack. So I also don't really like the fully beacon setups. I mean, for furnaces I guess it's okay, but here just like rows and rows of beacons, this is still okay because it's quite visual with the iron and the green chips flowing out. But if you do like a 12 beacon setup where every single assembler is completely encapsulated by beacons and everything works with underground belts and stuff, that just doesn't look nice, in my opinion. I did have to do it in the Ultimate Death World challenge to reduce pollution. I did it with efficiency beacons there. But yeah, in general, it just doesn't look very nice. I like some visual feedback of my bases as well, that it looks nice, so perhaps I should go for open belts in general then, instead of doing this. Right, so perhaps we're just gonna have a gap. Maybe that's just the way it is. Perhaps we'll have a gap. Maybe we'll just align all of these to the front then. And having a gap is okay. If we align all of these so that they begin at the same point, then it's okay if some of them are longer. Then we can just leave one of these out. And we'll just add that at the end again. 24. Alright, so now we have some space. Now we don't need to worry about how exactly this should fit. At the cost of only 1 extra beacon, we created a bit of space, so that is okay. Yeah, that's alright. Right, so then the question is going to be output in the middle, or I guess output in the middle looks the nicest, because the input can just flow in at the beginning instead of having to go underground before. So this looks a little bit less nice, I think. So now we gotta go first to the underground. I think this is nicer. It just goes above ground to the first assembler, then it's doing its magic, and at the end... yeah, wait, at the end then science is coming out, but here we have the opposite then, I guess. Yeah, it does not really matter too much. Right, we actually could combine red and yellow signs on a belt like so. Alright, I guess maybe we need to do it like so, because of... then we can just turn one belt earlier, or I have to do this here already. This looks a bit less nice though. Just to pass like this. Alright, so I think I am going to go for this setup then, because then we can do green signs like so. That can come out as well. Red signs. Maybe we'll keep red signs this way. Nah, we'll do it the same. We'll do it the same. So let's get rid of this. We'll copy this. I guess I should copy only the first part. Yeah, that's true. We could actually weave the green circuit stuff under here. So maybe, yeah, let's try that. Because anyway we have that will make it look a bit more symmetric. We could also just actually pass green circuit ingredients like so. That would make it look more symmetric as well. Since we've got a belt of walls flowing on the top here, we may as well just have the belt flowing here. So that's also an option. So it looks like we may be going for this and this. It's also possible... see, this is one option. And then just have the belt flow on the outside for green signs. That is perfectly fine, really, since we've got a belt flowing here as well. This belt can just go all the way around and end back up here. The other option is doing something entirely different. We just have this belt coming in. Instead of going on the first tile, we go on the second tile. We input here. Oh, come on. And we output here. That means we have some red belt visible here. Like so. And that just continues in this pattern, and we can bring the green signs ingredients through here. That's possible as well. I think I'm going to go for the symmetric option though, just have the belt loop around the outside for here. So let's get rid of this. Okay, that means we'll use the symmetric build like so. As well as this. Alright. So we've got green signs here, military signs here. I guess green signs should come out here. And red signs will just... I guess we should have priority here. Okay, then we have a belt of red signs, green signs, military signs coming out. Like so. Oh, where that exactly is gonna go? Do I like this? That's a good question. Not really. Maybe I can just pass signs. Let's copy this for a sec. Let's go here. Let's put this here. Okay. So let's change this now. Ideally, I would just have the signs come out at the end, really. So... okay, this belt ends here. Let's just design the rest in as well. This belt is gonna change to go... I did something wrong with the inserters, didn't I? This is output. Right, so if we copy this for green signs, now the green signs ingredients need to flow in a red belt here as well. Like so. Maybe I'll just move the first one of every... Cannot do that here though, but here it's going to come from the other side. Actually, no, I can just do this. I cannot do that. My signs is laying on this side of the belt, so I can also not do this. Okay, I don't like that. This I don't like either. Right. Okay, so this belt comes around. Let's just finish this part. Around green signs it goes. This is the green signs output belt. So this belt, if we follow the regular pattern, is going to come out here. Then we'll just flip this to the other side. And we go this way. Again, we need that at the inside. Green signs continues to... Now we'll just weave opposite directions. Ingredients come from here, but green signs continues to get out to the right. Okay, that could be something. Let's see how this ends up. Okay, that ends up like so. So this is the end of the intake. It's exactly far enough away to not connect with military signs, so that's good. Alright, so basically we have a belt space available here. And we could like, let's do a cursed splitter. Why not? Cursed splitter. Red signs to the right. That will change the inserters and belts for green signs to the inside, and there you have it. That is fixed. And military signs can just take over this belt, I guess. We'll do a non-cursed splitter here, just for the symmetry, like so. Alright, that could be something. Alright, now this looks entirely symmetric-ish. And green science just has to come out from somewhere. Let's see, we've got red science on the bottom, then green science, military science should be on top eventually. No, that could be it. That's outputs. We could also just go straight from here, like so. Then we've got the 3 science packs in order. Red, green and military. We just have to match up these guys over here. That basically is a full belt. Question is, I should probably also sideload these then. Okay, military science will be laying on the far side. So military science is going to be laying on this side of the belt. That means we need to bend this guy up to make a compressed belt. Red science is going to be laying on the bottom side of the belt. That means we need to bend this guy outward as well. Right, so here we could have like 3 full belts, or at least full looking belts of science coming out eventually. All of these will be balanced. Even though green doesn't have a splitter, we have an equal amount of assemblers on every side, and they should all be running non-stop. So that should balance automatically without a splitter. Okay, I think this is gonna be the design for the first 3 science packs at least. Curse splitter is good. Forget about changing red and blue belts. Yeah, I think so too. Let's do cursed splitter. Cursed splitter needs to be blue because of the half belt of red science output. This one is almost not visible, but I guess that's okay. I guess we could make this... it's not symmetric then. We could make this cursed by outputting green science on the right side. Just to make it more visual. It is not... no green science is coming in here, so... No, I think I'll do the other one. Alright. First part is done. Okay, then the actual resource income belts. Perhaps we'll do this then. This could be the connecting end. We do that here as well. Right, then we also have like 6 different input belts coming. Or perhaps we will combine, we'll probably combine this belt earlier in the process though. Instead of this, but let's just keep it like this for now. It is time for a blueprint again then. Wait, we still have to do the power. Still have to do power. Alright, so how far is this thing spreading? This is the maximum distance. I guess we're gonna have an odd number. This is the longest one. I guess this pattern is okay. Can even copy the lights like this. I guess let's temporarily cut this. I'll actually let the bots build it for a sec. Just to see how it looks when it's all moving. I'm out of red undergrounds. That was to be expected, I guess. And out of lights. I'll just quickly pop back into the range of the roboports here. So they will bring me some. My bot range is enough so that the bots can still construct those red belts, even though I'm far away. Alright. If you move the red loop around to one tile, your signs would look way better. You mean like this? Or the other way? Guess we could technically just go around without undergrounding. It's annoying that we need this beacon as well. So we could do this. That would make it a bit more compact. Wait, something is off now. 12:24. Wait, what? Ah wait, this is coming in. Alright. No, still correct, alright. Ah, that one, yeah. Alright, I see. Happy 6 months, thanks Dr. Megaman PhD. When you first subscribed, Megaman for the NES was only out, was released recently. Man, Mega Man 2 for the NES, I still got those melodies in my head all the time. Like theme. I should not start singing those. Once I start singing those, they're guaranteed to be stuck in my head for way longer even. Okay, this looks horrible. Let's get back to straight beacon. I think this is okay. I would rather have it that this was not in the range of the lights, the splitter thing, so maybe... How about if we move this around a bit closer to the end. Right, that is centered on the last beacon. This is centered on the last beacon as well. I think I like that more. Then we also have some lights at the end. Speedrun CZ finally tried the Factorio demo. That was mistake number 1. No, mistake number 1 was watching me. Mistake number 2 was letting yourself to get tempted into buying or into trying the Factorio demo. Now it's gonna be goodbye to your life for a while. See you on the other side. Top row of substations is offset. Yeah, it is. Alright. Somewhere in my list. Okay, looks like with this zoom mod I cannot reliably scroll through my stuff. Okay, looks like I got it again. Alright, so that is red signs. Now we'll do blue signs. Blue signs is like military signs in the regard that we have 2 input belts. So, we also need to put long-handed. I forgot those. Alright, that is inserters for here, inserters for here. These all have inserters as well. Right, so technically I can just copy this. And if I plop this down over here. That should probably work, right? Yeah, I think so. We basically don't need throughput. We need like 3 chips every 24 seconds for one assembler, so it's gonna be fine. Red chips on the blue belt. I think so. I think I will do that, yeah. Or then we can continue this power line pattern as well. I guess let's deconstruct this again. Alright. Spiders approach. One of these guys has belts and stuff. Probably should give this guy at least some red undergrounds as well. So I guess we'll sacrifice a couple splitters. I'm not sure we're gonna do a lot of this belt weaving stuff, but if we do, we're gonna need some of those red undergrounds as well. So let's do 250 red undergrounds for this guy. And we'll just delete like 5 stacks of belt. Alright, because we're missing red belts all the time. Right, so let's grab those. Then we will send the spiders back to the base. I will first grab some of those inserters still though. Doing a lot with blue inserters at the moment, so let's grab all of those. So I do not really need this. Right. Then we were just missing... yeah, red underground's long-handed inserters as well. So I'm not going to be using long-handed inserters basically ever. Except for here, I think. I don't know, maybe I will be using those. Let's set up the assistant spider. We'll let this guy grab some long-handeds. And also some lights. I guess lights should be in the equipment of one of these guys, perhaps this guy. Let's tone down the power lines and we'll give him some lights instead. Alright, now spiders go back to the base. Follow the assistant spider. And then the bots should supply all of the stuff. Alright, so the thing is, I don't have to watch this, but I just wanted to show it off once. Right, then we bring back the spiders. And now we have the stuff. This was just a one-time request for the assistant spider. The other spiders should have the stuff all the time. Alright, looks like I missed some stuff. Logistics. It does not fit. Okay, this is like 15, 20, 25. Okay, why? Huh? Probably missing something. 5.5. Okay, oh, this is way too many. $5.5K. Okay, I cannot figure this out. Let's just go back to the base and see what happens. I think I set it up right. No, he does have all the stuff now, alright. Okay. So then this entire thing is built as well. Okay, it starts to look nice with the grid as well. Nice grid. We gotta have blue signs come out somewhere still. Kind of feel I should flip this whole thing around though, with the red signs at the top if blue signs is going to be at the bottom. So now we have red signs on the bottom, then green, then military, and blue will be on this side again. Unless we do something weird. I guess we could do something weird. With blue, purple and yellow coming out like so. Maybe that would be okay. They could come in here. Yeah, maybe that would be okay. Then they are still in order. And they come out compact out of the whole setup. Since this grid is probably going to be repeated all over. If I can. Right, blue signs, this is accounted for. Now we just need this thing. Oh, I kind of feel we need what am I missing? I think we're gonna need purple signs at the bottom because we're gonna need several belts of rails, I feel. So yellow signs again. 3 low density structures is not a lot for 21 seconds. But purple signs is different. We've got like 1, 1 and then 30 rails. So if we look at the calculator again, we can look at purple signs. If we scroll down some distance, probably too far already. What we need to feed in there, it's indeed going to be not a lot of furnaces and productivity modules, but we're going to need 3 belts of rails almost. Alright, 3 belts of rails. That means purple signs. Basically means we're gonna have this stuff as normal. Let's do this. So the output is gonna be here. The input of electric furnaces. Electric furnaces and productivity modules can still be on the red belt. We don't need a lot of those. Output, we still need only half a belt of output, so that is going to be okay. But the thing is, rails. We're going to need a ton of rails. And we need to insert 30 of those rails every 21 seconds. So are these red inserters fast enough? That is the question. If they are fast enough, we can just keep this thing going. We just need an additional 2 belts for the later sections. I'm not sure if those are going to be fast enough though. Let's see, they rotate 432 degrees a second. So that means it's more than 360 a second. So that implies they should be able to insert like 3 items per second. That should be fast enough. Yeah, the other option, if they are not fast enough, is just to do this, and then we can use like fast inserters or stack inserters even. But in the name of symmetry, let's try this first. Right, then we have sort of a problem. Not really though, we have 3 belts of input and 28 assemblers, which is kinda bad because that isn't divisible by 3. So we either need to divide the rails over 4 belts, which I do not really want to do, or we gotta figure out a way to do like 9 and 9 and 10. So let's go back to the calculator to see if we can do a full belt of... No wait, to see if we can... let's open purple signs in a new window for now. And then we'll even open rails in a new window. No, we won't. We'll just ignore the other stuff. I do want the purple signs here as well. So this is only the ingredients for rails. As you can see, 2.667 belts of rails. So what I now want to know is how many purple signs assemblers can I feed on 1 belt of rails. I'm gonna hope it's 10. Alright. Yeah, 10 can be fed over a single belt of rails. So if I make sure the first belt is fully compressed, I can send that belt to the first 10 factories, and then I can equally split the other rails over the 2 remaining blue belts, and those can both fit 9 factories. 10 plus 9 plus 9 is 28, and we have 28 in total. So that way we could get away with that. Alright, back to the game. We can design that then. Basically, I guess we just go undergrounds here. Here we have like 4 belts of input. Let's use a red one to simulate the slow ingredients, furnaces and productivity modules. So basically here we have like 3 belts of rail coming, None of them are full. So what I need to be doing, I want the first belt to be full. So we'll split off the remaining 2 belts. Split off the remaining 2 belts. Alright. I want a little bit of belt distance, so I do not want to sideload too fast, but we could do something like this. Let's output priority to the right. Alright, so now 3 unequal belts are coming in, not filled up. The first belt is just gonna go straight. The other 2 belts, you can even output priority to fill the first belt. That's gonna go in here. We're gonna draw equally from both of those belts. And then we just sideload it onto the first belt. So this belt is definitely gonna be compressed, as it has priority access to all 3 of the incoming belts. And I guess we should just resplit the remaining 2 belts before sending those over. So that could look something like that. And productivity modules just can, with furnaces, just can come in like so. Alright, a little convoluted, but works perfectly fine. Could even do this. This looks a bit worse though. Just to get a little bit of extra buffer on the belt to push in between here in case of irregularities. I don't really think we need that though. We'll be fine. Let's just go straight. This looks fine. Everything is fine. Alright, so this is now again perfectly balanced. Now we just feed the first belt to the first 10 assemblers. 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, we are grabbing off the middle, that is good. Alright, so this belt could go in like so. Perhaps I'll do that for the others as well. But then this belt could replace that belt. For the next 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Go in. Okay, just keep copy pasting this. Right, and then we got the last belt, which now the substation is in the way to do it very nice. I want to do this. I guess that's the way it is. Or we have to do the 10 belt to the back. Maybe that will line up nicer. But theoretically this belt will now feed the last 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that could work. Probably would line up. Yeah, it would line up. No, this would line up worse. Then this switcheroo is gonna happen here. That's also not great. Right, so I think if we do this, it won't be that obvious that we are messing with the system a bit. Maybe it will be, but maybe not. think I should just do one though. Alright, I think we are also ready to build this section then. Could use priority splitters, that is true. I guess I could do this even. Yeah. Maybe I can just go like this. We have a gap here, a gap here. That would be okay as well. Yeah, this looks the same. This looks the same as this. This extra belt is alright as well. I think this is okay. I think I'm gonna keep it like so. And this finishes up to here. If all the belts point inward, we have to point all the other belts inward as well. All the other belts means basically only these three. The rest don't has that stuff. I guess the yellow signs, we can just copy this. And have the belt of low density structures go around the outside. Like so. That may be the design complete. Does this one line make 1k signs? Yes, it does. So we got 20 of these assemblers. They are sped up fast enough so that they can make 1000 signs per minute. So actually we can probably calculate it from in-game. So basically 5 seconds crafting time, but we are at crafting speed 3. Let's go to green signs, it will be easier. Green signs has crafting speed 3 as well. 6 seconds crafting time for green signs. The crafting speed of the assembler is 3, so it makes 30 signs per minute by itself. Wait, am I saying that right? No, I'm not right. 30 signs per minute, but we also get 40% productivity bonus. So we gotta add that to these 30 signs per minute, which means we are making 42 signs a minute. And if we multiply 42 by 24, I hope we get 1008. 42 times 24 equals 1008. Alright, yeah, so that equals 1008. So now we confirmed the Factorio calculator with the actual in-game. 6 seconds crafting time at crafting speed 3 means 30 signs per minute. We get 40% productivity bonus on top of those, so that's 42. 42 signs per minute per assembler, and we have 24 of these assemblers. That's 1008. So, and then you can basically extrapolate the other ones from the base game ratio. Normally you use 6 green signs assemblers and 5 red ones. Since we have 24 green ones, that means we have 4 sets of 6. So we should have 4 sets of 5 for red signs, which is 20 red ones. We also have 20 military ones, which is the same speed as red. And then, similar to that philosophy, we have 48 blue ones and 28 yellow and purple, because they have a weird crafting time of 7 seconds per sign spec. Alright, this is looking to be the final design already. That's not too bad. I kinda like how that looks. Let's try to build this though. I need some stuff. What do I need? Probably bells. Give me some bells. Some of those, some of those. Splitters I still have. I think maybe I'm good. More assemblers probably. And more modules. Zip! That was nice. Right, so here we got it. We can get rid of this planning layout. And we just gotta figure out how the outputs are gonna go. Wait. Blue, yellow and purple are offset. He barely reads chat. That is not true. I just don't read it on regular intervals. Enough. Looks like yeah, I'm missing some of the messages. Yeah, hand size 3. Hand size 3 indeed. We've got all technologies. Blue, yellow and purple are offset. Ah, the beacons are offset. Yeah, the whole thing is offset. No, that means then we're just gonna treat it like these guys are offset. Dang it, I like that this was over there. Okay, we will do it one more time. This moves out of the way. Let's do it from the map view then. We can basically line it on the top and then just go down. It's a bit fast. I guess we have to do the same. Oh god, that is gonna mess everything up here. We gotta move this though, because the power lines were centered on the beacon, so we have to move this. That means the belt spaghetti is going to have to move a little bit as well. But this is gonna cost my bots a lot of power. We have 93% battery at the moment. I guess I'd better throw a second reactor in there. Alright. Thanks guys! I'll hydrate. Oh, my inventory is full. That problem will solve itself as we're reconstructing as much as we're deconstructing. Earlier you made a point about the red inserters not being enough for the rails. Yeah, I'm going to test this before I decide this is the final design. So we're just gonna finalize the input and output belts, and then we're gonna go into editor mode, give it a full test and see what we end up with. It's a blue signs. I guess we can combine that the same way we do green signs. I guess we go up instead. Blue signs has to connect to here though. And then yellow and purple, I guess we'll do this. I guess they can just come out. We still gotta balance these on one belt as well. Right, so yellow, I guess yellow on the furthest outside is okay. I think purple should be below yellow in terms of research progression, like red, green, military and blue, and then purple and yellow. That's how it is in my world view. Right, we still have to balance these on the belt though. We can just simply do this here. Since all signs is laying on the outside, that will sideload both belts to completion. So these are the output belts. Okay, that part is done. Now we just gotta basically extend the input belts for blue and yellow a bit more. And then we should be good. Bottom blue belt for purple is not longer. Oh yeah, I moved the things around. Wait. This is now all offset by one tile, which is going to be extra annoying, because now this symmetry is gone again. So be it. This as well. One tile further. This one tile further. This should have moved automatically. This should have moved automatically. Yeah, okay, that is correct again. Why have all the spaghetti for the rails? Basically, we have 3 belts of rails and the number of assemblers which is not divisible by 3. So instead we make sure we divided it like 10, 9, 9. And we make sure the first belt has the most rails. That is why the spaghetti exists. Priority splitters cannot be trusted to output a full belt of stuff. If you have 2 belts incoming, but they are both not full, and 2 belts outgoing, you can have a priority splitter. You can use a priority splitter, but if yeah, how do I display that without editor mode? If there happens to be a gap in this belt at exactly the same location as a gap over here, then your priority splitter is not going to... it's going to leave a belt with gaps basically. Unless you have compressed input belts, you're not going to have a compressed output belt all of the time, because you're also outputting stuff on here. So at times when there's like... okay, let's just go in editor mode. I'll make a save. So basically, if items are laying in exactly the same location like so, even if you don't have a full belt, it's these are not all going to be outputted on the right side very likely. Alright, they did. Okay, so the splitter does have a small internal buffer as well, but you still can get gaps in the output belt unless you like properly like rebalance stuff. In my experience, this is not a reliable method to make sure the output. If you are going to rely on a full belt of output, you should not just use this. You should use a more robust system which basically can never fail. So this has a pretty long buffer belt here, so it can push rails in those gaps, and there will be pressure of the like a backlog of rails behind it. All of these gaps will always be filled because of this back pressure, whereas this has just an internal buffer of like one tile, or maybe even half a tile. I don't know exactly how splitters do their magic, but I have seen it happen a lot that if you don't have full input belts, which we do not have, you do not get a reliable full output belt just by using a priority splitter. Alright, let's load back. This was my stuff. Right, so that is done. As here we just have these belts of input as well. Alright, for simplicity, I'm just going to assume this is gonna come in like so. I can then easily hook up one output to every belt. I think this is now complete. Let's blueprint the whole thing. I guess 1K. 1K like science assemblers from red to yellow. I don't have a blueprint book anymore. I moved it to the bar. Let's put it in here. This is my 1K science per minute production blueprint for the science. Now we're gonna test if it actually works. So again, we'll save 3. This is like science assemblers design test. So now we're gonna go in editor mode. I'm gonna stop the time. We've got extra large infinity chests in this editor extensions mod. And I guess I still should use the loaders. Alright. That's the output side. I guess we'll also do this for the input side. Except here we gotta set up the individual things. Okay, so this is military science. We have walls. I'm just gonna give it a full belt of walls, even though we won't have an actual full belt of walls. The other things are grenades and red belts. Red ammo. Okay. Here we have red signs on these two things. So there's iron gears and copper plates. Here we actually need two things. It's already for green signs, belts and inserters. Alright. Then here we got blue signs. We also need 3 things. We need red chips. Sulfur. And engines. Alright. This was gonna be red chips. I think we do red chips on the output or on the outside. These will just combine. Then we'll split it off to the other 2 input belts. Right. Now we've got yellow signs. There's also 3 chests of stuff. I guess low density structures on the big belt. Then we have blue chips and robot frames on the inside. And those are gonna have to combine into one belt as well. Alright, like so. And here actually I want to do this a bit more precise, because full belts of rails are easier to draw from than interrupted belts of rails. So I want to create a real life scenario here. If we go back into this guy, think this is exactly 4 red belts of rails. It looks very much like 2 and 2/3. Yeah, exactly 4 belts of rails, 7200 rails, so that is precisely 4 belts. So we're gonna basically output those on red belts instead of purple. Let's go back to the game. We are back in the game. So here what I do, instead of the blue loader, let's grab the red loader. Red belt. We set it up as rails. Okay, fun fact. If we need oh god, if we need 4 belts of rails for 1k SPM, this is the amount of red belts of rails we are going to need for 10,000 signs per minute. That is an insane amount of rails. 40 belts filled with rails, if they were red. Holy moly, that's a lot of rails. Let's not think about that yet. Now we just think 4 belts of rails. 4 belts already starts to sound a bit smaller after I looked at 40. So right. So we got 4 belts of outputs. 18, basically 3 of those. This can output priority to the left. Alright, no, this is just a full, this is just like 2/3 of a belt. This is 2/3 of a belt. I don't trust side load. I don't trust the priority splitters, man. Okay, let's try to trust the priority splitters. I think for this purpose they're gonna be okay. This is gonna lock in correctly. Alright. No, no, I should just use a 4-to-3 splitter. This is 2.667 blue belts, so I should be able to just use a 4-to-3 balancer from somebody else. Lock that in there. So let's lock these in here. We'll just show off that this is actually red belts before we put it on blue belts. Thanks Mr. Cheltastic for the level 1 subscription. Subscriber number 269. Nice. I'll catch up with chat in a bit. I'll just set up those last 2 over here. This is going to be the other 2 purple science ingredients of productivity modules and furnaces. And I guess that can go on here, like so. On a red belt as well. And thanks Polynomials89 for the second month subscription as well. Alright. That should be it. I'm gonna make a separate save. This is 103. A editor. I put that in capital so I don't accidentally ever play on from this save and invalidate my run, I guess. And 1008 SPM test. Alright, so now we've got a save point to go back to. I'll just quickly read the last bit of chat. So now, yeah, now we're going to test if the red inserters are enough. Spaghetti, I did that. 10 items in the same spot. Okay. Why don't you have full input belts? Because we are not going to be overproducing rails. Purple Science is going to need 2 2/3 of belts of rails, so we're going to produce as close to that as possible. Alright, so first I want to... Okay, we gotta connect this as well. Connected. Right, save. Okay, let's first I'm going to just let it play. And just get a bird's eye view if everything is working. So now we're mostly looking if everything is hooked up correctly. Eventually we should see sign specs on all 7 of these belts up here. Alright, so at least everything is working somewhat. That's a good result. I kind of forgot I want to deconstruct my base. So base stops existing right now. No more base. It still is there on the map, but it is no longer there in real life. Okay, that way I can actually measure the signs per minute production from these assemblers. Alright. So now we just need to see then, let's first check out purple signs. Looks like these long-handed inserters are not fast enough to insert 30 rails, as we can see here. There's 2 solutions. One of the solutions is do this. We've got the space everywhere. Then we need to reconfigure the belts a bit. That would still look the most symmetric though. It is not ideal in terms of updates. Now we should see though that these inserters will switch off for a while after they inserted 60 rails. Oh yeah, now they rest. So this is one solution. The other solution is indeed just throw splitters in there everywhere. And then just put stack inserters there. A stack inserter is going to keep up easily. Even a fast inserter would keep up, I bet. Even the fast inserter is going to get this thing filled up to 60 eventually. Alright, so now we know we gotta change that. We can have a quick view. Signs per minute. So all of these are producing 1k SPM. And the fact that these are all flickering to take the first place spot, because these are ordered, that's a good sign they are producing exactly the same amount of signs. If one of them was producing a little bit less, so let me just deconstruct red signs for a sec. Alright, so now it's back, but we temporarily produced a little bit less red signs. maybe a little bit more temporarily. Okay, the 1 minute is too jumpy to show this off, but Red Science is no longer fighting for first place now, because of that small dip in production. Alright, we'll do the actual science per minute soon later, but what is visible is, yeah, purple science is not keeping up because of the inserters. The red-handed insert, or the long-handed inserters, red-handed inserters, are not fast enough to do the rails. Right. So let's load me back into editor mode. I guess we go to the real save. No, we have to go to the editor save, or I will need to set up all the designs again, all the infinity chests again. Alright, so any changes we make, we'll just make a blueprint so we can apply it in our actual save as well. Why 1008? Because I want 1000 science per minute. 8 extra gives a nice little buffer in case, due to some belt anomalies, one inserter, one assembler isn't working 100% of the time or so. And it is pretty easy to get to exactly 1008 with this method, with a single row of beacons down the middle. So normally it is better to use 2 rows of beacons with assemblers in between, because you basically need less assemblers and you use less modules overall. For science I'm making the exception. Science gotta look nice, and all of these assemblers look a lot nicer than a lot of beacons everywhere. So this is going to be my science design. Right, the easiest method would actually just be to put the splitters in there. Do I want to do that? I kinda like how it looks with all the red inserters as well. It kinda would solve the problem as well of the side loading if I do the last belt on the outside. 10 assemblers here. We're gonna run into problems with these substations though, since they are... I could do the substations one down, but okay, let's just do... let's just fix it with the... with splitters, I guess. Splitters in there. Wait. Okay, first gotta do all the splitters. I guess the last one can just go like so. It's not ideal, but I guess it will work. We also could just do a... No, we cannot do a splitter because this will connect then, right? It will connect like so. That is not good because we need the full belt throughput, not the side-loaded belt. Okay, so it's gonna be like that. Alright, this is going to be the updated test. The blue arms are going to be better for UPS, but we introduced a lot of splitters as well, so not entirely sure how it will pan out eventually. The rest should be okay. I think I will do green just to get the contrast though. We could do like output priorities as well. That may sound weird, but it will ensure the inserters are not searching for items. And we can override the stack size to 10. That matches nicely with the 30 rails our recipe needs. Now I have to manually replace all of these, but that's okay. Okay, so now we just set up these to 10. Set up this to 10. I copy paste this. And these should be set to 10 as well. Alright, so now we just go like so. And all of these should read 10. Okay, that's good. Alright. Let's try again. Output priority better for UPS. Right, I don't really care too much about UPS for this part. For the 1000 signs per minute base, I'm not gonna sweat over UPS too much. Eventually, I'm going to, once we switch on the 10,000 signs per minute base, the 1000 signs per minute base will be switched off for signs at least, maybe completely. Well, it's either going to be producing more modules or it's going to be switched off entirely. It's no longer going to produce signs after the 10,000 signs per minute base is up. Or we will have an 11,000 signs per minute base and we cannot have that. Right, let's try. I will keep a closer eye on the rails here. The rest basically worked. Right, so we see gaps in transport belt. We see gaps form where it switches to blue belts. We already see the first belt does not have gaps, so this side compression is working. It's coming in with gaps, but it is being priority filled from the first belt. So this will take a while to get up to speed because of the priority inputs now. All of these can hold like 60 rails, so now we introduced a little bit of startup time with these priority splitters, but eventually all of them should be working all the time. I'm just hovering over the last one, seeing if this guy gets enough rails already. Barely so at the moment. Eventually this guy should also back up to 60 rails inside. Let's try to speed it up a bit. Okay, it looks like yes. And after he has 60 rails inside, now the belt will start to slowly back up. And eventually this should not even be not moving all of the time, because we don't need a full compressed blue belt for 10 assemblers. If I check back at the calculator myself real quick, we need 0.953 blue belt for 10 of these signs assemblers, so this will get backed up and it will stop moving. And the priority input is not gonna mess us up here. Alright. Let's check. 1 minute. I forgot to switch off the main base again. Alright, we're just gonna do a cold start then. Let's load up. We didn't make any changes. One more on the end, one more on the end. One more on the end. One more on the end. Inserter, you missed one. Alright. Thanks. I guess the... How did I copy paste this then? Technically the blue inserter would keep up as well, but yeah, let's go for, of course, we need the OCD symmetry stuff going on all the time. Alright, so we go from a cold start and we should reach 1k SPM on all of the assemblers. I'll put an infinite power plant down right here. Lop. We delete the rest of the base again. Zip. And zip. Alright. No more base. And zip. Okay, so this is all that exists now. Let's save once more. This is the scenario, so that's good. And we'll switch it on. Alright, so Rails is good, we checked out that. Let's take a close look at the other distribution. Alright, red chips are backing up already. I guess, yeah, the red belts are a bit slower to reach the end, just because the red belts are slower. Especially the engines, we need like 0.4 blue belt of engine in total. Okay, engine is backed up now though. Eventually engines should back up similar to sulfur over here. Yellow signs is already backed up everything. The engine is backing up now as well. Alright, so everything is backed up. That is good. Yeah, Rails is going to be the slowest. That we already determined. Right. Science. Let's speed it up a bit, so we get some information on the graph. 1 minute, looks like 1k. We need a 10-minute view though. I'm also gonna stop time here. Let's switch off power. Alright, so now we are gonna start from a backed up position. We're just gonna switch on power. I'm just creating a gap in the production graph. Okay, so let's switch it on again. Alright, all signs is flowing in again. Alright, so now we're going to do 2 tests simultaneously. First of all is the production graph. Signs per minute, I want like a 10-minute overview. This is the gap where we didn't produce. A 10-minute overview basically. Alright, the other thing is, let's stop time. I'm going to, now everything is flowing on the belts. I'm going to take all of this. Let's delete it. And we're going to check the contents of these chests after exactly 10 minutes. Exactly 10 minutes. 36,000 game ticks is 10 minutes. So I'm just going to tick this custom amount of ticks. The game is going to run for 10 minutes. And if I don't touch anything, we should have close to 10,080 science packs in these chests. It does fit because these chests are bigger. Alright. So let's watch the graph. 10 minutes. What mod lets you do the timer thing? This is the Factorio map editor. Hydrate. Oh, sorry about that. Prost, thank you. Cheers as well if you have something. These tests give me at least a chance to browse through chat a bit better. Yeah, stack inserters generally are better for UPS because they swing less often. That is true for setups like green chips and such, but for here it does not really matter that much. For ingredients which only need like a couple of items every time. But for rails it would matter actually. Right, the graph is done. We do have a flat 1k SPM. I cannot see if it's 1008 here because of the accuracy. Because of the accuracy of these numbers. We can see a closer look if we look in these chests. Because the setup was running, we paused it, we emptied the chest, we let it run for 10 minutes. We should see close to 10,080. Not exactly because of like productivity bonus triggers and all that stuff, but pretty close to 10,080 signs per chest. So let's take a look. That is bang on, spot on 10,080 right here. So that's working. 10,080, 10,080, 10,080. Come on, please. There should be one which is off a bit. Here we have it. 10,093. At least it's off on the correct side. Because with purple signs, I would be a little bit suspicious if this was on the lower end of the rounding error. Alright, and 10,075. This was more what I expected to see. So this is an average production of over 10 minutes of 1007.5, whereas here is 1009.3. That is just the rounding errors because of the different intervals where the production triggers when the science packs get out of the belt. The travel times of the science packs are slightly different when they enter the chest, at what game state did I start, etc, etc. Those small deviations can be expected, but this is pretty close to what I want to see. So I could do another test. We put the old results in here. Alright, so let's do another one, just to be sure. I would be wary if purple science was below, because we're also outputting exactly enough rails. We need precisely 4 red belts of rails for purple signs. And unlike the other ones, which we are just way overproducing, rails are exactly on point. That was to check the inserter swing stuff, and it's good we did because the inserters didn't swing fast enough. So this is how it's gonna look like. 1k SPM. It's not even a full blue belt of science. It's like roughly 1/3 of a blue belt. So perhaps I should combine them on single belts. Like perhaps I should combine them in a red and green, a military and blue, and a purple and yellow. At least the belts will look a bit fuller. Just for the visuals. That would probably be better. I hope I didn't mess up the timing now. Alright, let's see where it stops. 10,080. Okay, 10,073. Right. 10,075, 10,073. Both times on the rounded down. Eventually we should be getting over that though. 1093, 1083. Right, this is again a bit higher than expected, but only barely this time. Only 3 science packs. 1080, 1080. It looks like these are on exact intervals with the productivity bonus and belt distances as well. Okay, we're gonna do it once more. Just because yellow and purple signs are off on the same side as they were before. So that should balance out. It's not like a lottery thing, or like a gambling thing, or rolling dice thing. These 3 overproduction and these 13 overproduction do still count towards the next result, in this case. So eventually the variance should be 0 over a large enough sample. Now we are 16 science packs in the plus, and here we are 12 science packs in the minus. Still, that is less than a single deviation size here, so I'm not worried just yet. Let's do another one. Speed up as much as it will go. It's gonna be nice when it's all built and working. Yeah, I know I can deconstruct and Control Z. I don't want to go from a cold start every time though. Now I'm basically testing how this will look if it's running continuously. Right, so here we were minus 12. Okay, now we are plus 8. So only minus 4 in total. I guess here we should be lower than 1080 this time. Okay, minus 11. So 13, 16, minus 11. Now here we are plus 5, minus 4, plus 5. Okay, that is close enough. That is close enough. I think if we would do this like 20 more times, we will have a result that is 1008.000 something signs per minute. So basically it cannot be different if all of these assemblers are working all the time, which they are. Eventually the average signs per minute is going to be 1008, and it looks like now the over and under production variance due to the different factors involved in transporting and productivity bonus and stuff have swayed to the other side for both of these science packs. So I believe we are good on this. That means we need to go back to the game. We will do the update where this changes to stack inserters with splitters. We'll try to do it exactly as we did it here, because this is what we tested. So now I should not do stuff like, oh, you know what, let's just use blue inserters anyway, they are cheaper, or let's not worry about the stack size. I should do it exactly as we did here to be sure of the results. Don't make changes after you tested it, basically. Alright, test complete. Time to load the actual save. Right, some people are sharp and notice one science pack is missing from here. Space science is missing from here because that needs to be produced in rocket silos, which don't really fit with this design. It is just building rockets and then the science comes out of the rocket silo. It's a little bit different process than we are going to have here. So this is the actual assembler area for science. I'm going to do something different for the rockets. I think I'm not going to get into that just yet, but I just want to design the final science assembler area just to see how it would look. We can also find a place for it on the map and yeah, decide. Now we just gotta find all the resources. Look how much iron and copper, coal and stone, oil, that kind of stuff. How much do we need to feed all of this? And then we gotta find a suitable location on the map to build it. Alright, I think I'll just change this manually here. Yeah, I guess... Oops. I guess it's the most annoying, but also the fastest way in this case. Also the most prone to errors, so that is not great. Alright, now we do output priority. Step 2 complete, then we do stack inserters. I guess if I just deconstruct the red, okay, that I can do better. Alright, and then I can just do this, set it to stack size 10, copy this, and now I can just drag that along. Yeah, stack size 10, stack size 10, and stack size 10. Alright, that is done. I did make the blueprint, so let's select new contents for the blueprint and do the updated thing. No tiles, 600 productivity modules, 200 speed modules. That's because we are using not enough beacons really. So ideally you would use double the beacons and half the assemblers. Then you get a pretty much even distribution of productivity and speed usually. But this is good because I think we overused. I think we have more productivity modules than speed modules in stock at the moment. So this thing is saved. Right, so this we need later. I cleaned up the blueprints a bit between this stream and the last one. So now I got the furnaces and stuff, I named them, all that stuff. I will share this blueprint book as well. So we got 1 belt of green, 2 belts of green chips. We've got the smelters. I went back to the unclocked smelters. I have not been able to produce a result which outperforms unclocked smelters, since the clocked inserters take less inserter updates, but they have a lot of circuit network overhead, and in the end it turns out to be exactly the same in my tests. So not convinced on clocking. Okay, this thing we need later on. I guess this is the module area. Specific blueprints for the module area. I think we can delete all of these. This is just a couple of furnace stacks. This is the entire thing. But I think I may have made some... Did I make changes to this? Maybe I'll keep that one. This is the entire solar. You know what? We never need to build these again. Blueprints are to build them again. And I can just make the blueprints from the map view again. And the way you connect all of this is anyway a little bit different in every game, depending on how your ores are laid out and that kind of stuff. That's we don't need that anymore. All of these partial blueprints. Let's not clutter this up too much. I will just add a new blueprint. With this, including this cursed train, I guess. We go from over here. Okay, that includes the cursed train. That includes the start of the beacons. Does not include the power line here. Okay, so I need to be a bit more precise. Right next to these bells, right? Yeah, right next to those bells. On this horizontal. Okay, now we are including the power line there as well. Still not the bells. I think the bells are... Yeah, the coal belt is in the same tile. Alright, then we'll miss on the coal belts, that's alright. Okay, that does it, that does this. We do need the water and some input pipes there. Then we need to delete a bit of stuff from here. because your oil field is not going to be here if you want to use this blueprint as well. Alright, so this is now the ultimate combined. Oh, I need to add trains to this as well. Dang it. Anyway, let's name it first. Module 3 and solar. 10 modules per minute. Set up as 5 plus 5. 4.5 solar panel per minute and 3.75, yeah, 3.75 accumulator per second, I should say. Right, give it a couple enters before and after, that will look clearer. Right, so now I have the blueprint here. Now we just gotta select new contents again, because I want to include that train. Then I gotta again delete that stuff, that's okay. Trains and train view. Okay, they are now included. Modules, entities, train stop names. I guess you're gonna have the dumb turnaround as well. Alright, so I guess this is okay. Let's delete the curved rail. Alright, so now we got it. We've got the entire Mark III module area, the entire solar panel area, as well as a train to load all of it and bring it back to our base with a nicely shaped, very long train stop. Other than the short stop at the nuclear facility. Alright. Mark III module and Sol Accu area. We'll add this one to the book instead of all those partial blueprints. That is the first really big blueprint of the base. We've got a smaller one now, the 1K SPM. This is just a mining blueprint. We'll get to that later. Let's put it here for now. Something like, I'll figure that out later, but at least it's not deleted. Probably Playing Mike would never deviate from a plan. You need 2 rocket silos because the launch animation F's everything up. You can call it F's everything up, or you can just say the launch animation takes this many seconds, so that is just part of... You just need to add the time the launch animation takes to the total production time. But yeah, it's a bit hard. It's due to the animation, it's a bit harder to calculate than the other things. Basically, you have to time the animation yourself or look it up somewhere, I guess. But yeah, I'm going to use not 2 rocket silos. I'm going to use unbeaconed rocket silos, just productivity modules. That means we are going to have roughly 10 rocket silos, because let's be honest, it is much more epic to have 10 rocket silos launching rocket than just 1 or 2. I'm probably going to extend that concept to the 10,000 signs per minute base as well. We'll just build 100 unbeaconed rocket silos for that one, and we're just gonna indulge in a rocket launching maniac thing. Can't find the words exactly to describe it, but Alright, that is one thing done. I guess we are on the real safe, right? Yeah, we are on the real safe. This thing is constructed. That means we can deconstruct it again. I could let the base bots deconstruct it actually, if I just temporarily bring access out down here. A bit lower. Yeah, that covers everything actually. Oh, it's gonna take them a while, but eventually they'll do it. And everything will get returned to its proper chest. Okay, so let's switch off my roboport. I don't need all of this stuff. And we select everything for deconstruction except for the roboports. Probably should at some point set up a blueprint that can deconstruct everything except for roboports and power. For now we'll just use a temporary one that blacklists roboports. Here comes the forces. It looks like most of them got the job done pretty quickly. I can force a new set of bots to come out by cancelling and doing this, and it should be gone. Okay, it looks like all the bots are just still recharging and stuff. Probably they just don't have enough bots yet, maybe. Alright, I can just grab the last stuff myself then. Alright, good stuff. Now all of these bots should just F off. Get back to the base. Okay, that's good enough. No, no, you don't. That one is also mine. Go there. Alright. Okay, so that part is done. The bots are gonna grab my beacons. I'm actually going to throw all of my modules in there as well. Those are going to be automatically sorted back here. That's nice. And then I'll just reset my inventory. We can delete this one. This one I would like to have, I guess. And then we'll just let the bots bring a nice organized amount of stuff back to my inventory. Alright, so we should get back a nice quantity of everything again, without having too much of anything. And the spiders can do the same. Those are probably will have been okay, they still have all the stuff they need. Alright. Step 1 of the day done. The 10,000 signs per minute assembly area, or the 1,000 signs per minute assembly area is done. Let's check how the base is going. Okay, we have created 100,000 solar panels to celebrate, I guess. I guess that's due to this new area over here. Pretty soon we will also have produced 100,000 accumulators. You only need 5 accumulators for every 6 solar panels, so we are about 20k accumulators behind. A little bit less because of the rocket launches. They consume accumulators and solar panels at the same rate. Right, pretty nice though. It took less time to go from 10k to 100k than to go from 1k to 10k, so we're doing something right. Ah, yeah, thanks Matcha for answering that question. Yeah, 100 silos, that's gonna be the dream. Alright. Science is going so slow. Do we need anything still? I think no, we've got our energy weapons level, explosive damage. We could do more explosive damage. I did not do any test. There is no biters, man. I think. Let's see how the pollution cloud is doing. Alright, there could be biters pretty soon, but I'm betting this is all gonna be lake. Yeah, we're still pretty safe. But you can already see the pollution epicenter of the new area does not lay on the miners at all. Thanks to the efficiency modules, it is mostly this giant production area with the polluting Mark III speed and productivity modules, which is doing the damage. The oil refinery is like 53 pollution a minute. These things 46 pollution a minute each, the chemical plants. And the assemblers also like 27, so way worse than miners. Miners are, with efficiency modules, miners are 2 pollution a minute. Without modules 10 and with 3 speed modules it's gonna be 25 per miner. So yeah. Alright, part 1 is done. What is next? I think what's next is just a small break, really. What do I want to do still? I think I want to see if I can upgrade this base to produce a bit more science. We can spend a little bit less resources on making all this stuff, since we've got like metric tons of everything now. I mean, even all of the module chests here are full, so these are no longer consuming red and green chips over here. Or they won't be if I just give this the modules it needs. We have even got the Mark III efficiencies, the Mark II efficiencies, the Mark II speed for the power armor and the spiders. Those are all stocked up. So we are not producing much module stuff anymore. We've got the 2000 assemblers here, which require all the speed modules. These are all full. Basically, the only thing we're really still producing is beacons, roboports and belts. And we've got so many of those by now that I can probably try to divert a bit more resources to science. The thing is, this whole thing was set up for 63 science per minute, but I think if we play around a little bit with the modules, the whole thing was also set up around Mark 1 productivity modules and Speed 1 beacons. We already upgraded parts of the base to Mark 3 productivity and Mark 3 speed as well. Like red chips, we just need so much of... I mean, red chips is even backing up, so red chips is not even the bottleneck anymore. We definitely can produce more science, I think. Also here Mark 3, also here Mark 3. So I think we'll do that. We'll try to see if we can get not 60, but maybe we can get, I don't know, 80 or 100 or even 120 science out of here if we just utilize some Mark III modules for the base. We can do that stuff with the calculator as well. What we do need to keep in mind is we have only 2 belts of copper input and maximum 3 belts of iron input. I think I should do something about this as well, these uncompressed belts over here. Copper is still compressed because we have 6 different input belts combining into 4. But here we have like 3 input belts combining into 3 basically. Oh yeah, we have like 4 input belts, but we are consuming. We can consume 3 red belts. That implies that all of this is full, since this together is 1 red belt as well. So I probably have to just upgrade this to red belt. Probably, yeah, these miners are not active because of the level 10 mining productivity bonus we've got now. So if I just upgrade this to red belts and do some proper re-splitting and combining, something like this but in reverse, we should get full iron belts again as well. Yeah, I think we'll do that after the break. So let's make a save here. 104. Break time. All of that in 55 hours? Yeah. I got like, I don't know, 9 years I've been playing Factorio now, so I probably should know 1 or 2 things about the game by now. Let's do a nice... Let's transport ourselves over to this area. We'll take a look at this area at work during my break screen. Let's see if we can get all the madness on the screen. There goes the train exactly now. It triggers on full solar panels, so 6,000 solar panels are on board. Maybe I can just ride the train. I guess this is okay. So we'll leave it at this for the break screen, and hopefully you can enjoy this Factorio ASMR for the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. Alright, hold your horses. Or hold my horses. I hope I didn't send too many of you away on a break, but cursor stays in. Sorry about that. I usually take that out of the field. Let's enjoy the train ride back. Yeah, I'm gonna play a bit more because dinner is going to be ready in about 30-ish minutes, maybe 45, who knows. But yeah, then we'll just get started on the base redesign process. A nice scenic ride next to the lake. You may have noticed an unsignaled crossing over there. That is to keep things interesting. Alright, now it's going to turn itself around again. And then we can load the new solar panels. Alright. So I'll just load my break time, not yet break. don't know how many viewers there were and how many people went away. Yeah, kind of bad planning on my part. Right. I want to stay somewhere where the sound is nice. Some pipe sloshing, a little bit of bot noise on the background, and some spiders. I guess that's alright. I'm going to be going into this thing again. But now I'll open a different tab. Yeah, here's our starter base basically. Our starter base was designed around 63 signs per minute. But excluding the yellow and purple signs and space signs on the rocket silo, everything is exclusively Mark 1 productivity, because at the start of the game you just don't have the resources yet to spend much on Mark 3 modules or Mark 2 modules. We did do Mark 2 modules in the science assemblers, not necessarily to produce more science out of the same resources, but just because with this configuration, two of these Mark 2 plus 2 Mark 1s, we get 63 signs per minute, whereas I should do 5 factories here. So yeah, using that ideal ratio of here comes the train again. Oh, you don't see it. The train we just ridden in the not break has arrived to bring back its solar panels and accumulators. And it's gone again. Thank you. See you later. Alright, back to work, back to the serious business. Alright, so with 5 assembles we would be producing 69.6 science. Just to make everything produce at the same rate, we went for this strange combination of modules. Just so we have 63 across the board, because 63 is also what we can achieve with just 2 of these assemblers, with some speed 1 beacons. That saves us like a lot of productivity modules and the expensive science assemblers. So just 16 Mark 3 modules for the starter base for 63 signs a minute, plus another bunch for the labs ideally. Right. So as you can see down here somewhere, we are ignoring steel production and green chip production because those are coming from an outside base. For the rest, this base runs on 1.5 belt of copper. But because we now have access to Mark 3 productivity modules, we don't need 1.5 belt of copper for science anymore. So we can probably get a little bit more out of it. Right, let's see if we set up our science assemblers. Well, let's first see. Let's see what do we have in game actually. If I remember correct, we have blue chips. I have Mark 3 modules by now. I'm going to open this in another tab so we can compare between the current base and the new base. Alright, so what is in Mark 3 assemblers by now? Yellow and purple science hasn't changed. Bot frames, electric engines are just Mark 1. This all cheap stuff. Engines are Mark 1. This is already Mark 3. Yeah, rocket control units, terribly expensive, now does have Mark 3 productivity modules. Low density structures has Mark 3 productivity modules. What else? Blue chips has Mark 3. And the red chips has Mark 3 as well. I think all of the rest just has Mark 1s. Those things we upgraded to Mark 3. Alright, so at the moment we are only using 1.2 belts of copper, 1.25 belts of copper for signs, whereas with the original module configuration we were using 1.52 belts, so it's already 1/6 of the copper saved. I'm talking specifically about copper because we don't need a lot of iron. Outside of steel we don't need a lot of iron for signs. We have 3 belts of iron, by using 0.5, so iron is not a factor. Copper is going to be the limiting factor in this base. So yeah, that's why we're talking about copper. Right, we can do better though. We can, for instance, I'm probably gonna give all science assemblers the same-ish amount of modules. So now what I want to do is basically I want to increase the signs per minute and see if I can stay under 2 belts of copper. Ideally a fair bit below. So if we change this to Mark 3, we're gonna need 18 assemblers. We don't have 18, we have 12. Okay, so the first thing I should actually do is I should just mess up these numbers for a bit. And then I should just do factories and I'll just do the proper distribution. I guess we have what we have in the game. We have 2, we have 2, we have 5, we have 6, we have 5, we have 12, I guess we have 1. Alright, so what this does is you can set things in 2 ways here. You can set either the value and the value will stay the same even if you play with modules and beacons, or you can set the assemblers you have, which we did now. And now if I change this, the actual value of signs will change. We will keep the 2 assemblers. So that is why I had to do that little part. So you can choose if you want this to be a constant or the number of assemblers to be a constant. For this modification I do not want to rebuild stuff. I just want to play around with the module configurations and produce more signs that way. So now we can do that. Now we go back to red signs. Blue signs, which one did I change? Here. Right, so I have 12 assemblers. I would be producing only 42 blue signs a minute if I did this. But we can technically add a speed module. That way we can get to 102 signs from the same amount of assemblers we have currently set up. Alright, so that means let's copy this to the other ones. Also technically I can ignore military signs since we are basically done researching military, and military is going to be cheaper than purple signs anyway in all resource types. And we are never researching a technology which has both military and purple signs, so I can actually just get rid of this completely. Just for the calculation, to see how much signs per minute we can squeeze out of this base realistically. I guess we do want the same configuration of these things across all the other signs assemblers. Right, so we could go up to 102 signs per minute. If we change the modules around, here I guess we should change the module type and the amount of modules. So if I do Mark 3 modules, let's go for that I guess. I will just decrease the number of modules until we're at this roughly the same signs, 102. Okay, that is roughly the same amount. Let's keep military science enabled for a bit. I just want to see the difference in copper. Alright, now we're only using... Actually, now we're using 1.8 belts of copper. Ah wait, no, I forgot one very important thing. Or did I? Space science. Space science is actually set to 102 as well. Alright, so we can do this on 1.875 belts of copper. That leaves just 0.125 belts of copper available for the mole though. And it also leaves only 0.125 belts of copper available for extra red chips, for instance. So this may be pushing it a little bit. It is possible, but this is too much resources to science. I mean, it's not going to make that much of a difference. We're just going to research one more level of mining productivity or bot speed before we have the 1k SPM base, so... Actually wait, I should disable military science. How is this looking then? 1.765. Yeah, that's still a bit on the high side. How about if we just use a Mark II speed module? That would be 83 science per minute. Alright, that is fair enough, I guess. Alright, then we need less beacons here as well. Perhaps we can go back to Mark II here as well to keep it cheaper. Currently we have the capacity to set up 18 beacons. There's already, or 18 modules and beacons. 82.8. $84. 79. Alright, so we could do 16 Mark II modules and the beacons around science. We would be producing 84 science a minute. Yellow science, it was not at 102. Ah, okay. I already was surprised at those numbers. Alright, let's see what the difference was then. Yeah, yellow science is a big copper consumer, so that is probably going to make a big difference. We're at 102. Now yellow is 102 as well, right? Yellow is 102. And this is 102 with just these modules here. Did I really miss that? I think I did. Alright, 1.908 belts. So approximately the same. Everything is at 102. Okay, I guess that's okay then. Yeah, but this is definitely less than 0.1 belt of copper. It's not going to be enough. We're going to need red chips for the mole as well. Yeah, so now I'm just calculating, I'm just playing around with the requirements for science. I have 2 belts of copper, 3 belts of iron. 2 belts of copper are the limiting factor, so I'm just trying to see how much science I could potentially squeeze out of those 2 belts of copper by playing around with modules, while still having a little bit around the same amount left over for the base. So originally we were consuming, we only had Mark I modules. We were consuming 1.5 belts of copper for the base, and we had half a belt of copper for the manufacturing area. Now I guess I want some sort of the same result, so this less than 0.1 belt is not enough. Let's close this. We go back to this. 80 signs a minute is better. I should also just mark this value in here. Let's say 82.875, because space science is basically going to keep up with the slowest science specs due to the insular conditions. That's going to happen automatically. Alright, so how is this looking now? Alright, now we're again using 1.5 belt of copper. So we still have half a belt of copper left over for the base. So that's good. We could do some more productivity modeling. So we also have productivity 3 in these guys. So that's even less, 1.469. I mean, we could go so far to like productivity module batteries, but that is a little bit too far, I think. I don't want to spend all my Mark III modules on this. Right, so if I upgrade this, we should be good. Science to productivity 3 plus a speed 2. And 16 Mark II speed modules around yellow and purple science. The only thing left to consider is can the rest of the base keep up? Right, so let's switch back over to the game. Right, so what do we have? We have iron gears, plenty for the base for sure. Green chips is idle because we are importing them. This is what we should change. To 3 Mark III plus a speed module, but we first gotta see what do we need for the rest. Military science is deactivated. We'll look at military science as well, but first we're gonna look at the other things. Like for this, we do have 20 engine assemblers at this point. So now we go back to the thing. Here it says we need only 11 of those. How much did we need originally, actually? Originally we needed 9 of those, so we have too many of those. Alright, but it's plenty. One of the things is red chips though. We have 56 red chip assemblers. We're gonna need more than that, I'm pretty sure. We do have some speed modules attached to those as well though. Right. I need to go to my new tab. Yeah, I need 91 red chip assemblers. How is that possible? I'm a little bit perplexed by that. We needed 47 for 60 signs per minute. Now we got 84 signs a minute, basically 25% more. Ah wait, yeah, because this slows down the assemblers a lot. We already have some speed I forgot about that. It's minus 60% crafting speed instead of minus 16. So these are like at least twice as slow now, even though they produce extra. But we have some speed beacons around those, so let's go back to the game. So we do have speed beacons. How many though? Okay, most crafting speeds are 1.75. And 6 effect sources, so looks like we have mostly 2 beacons affecting every red chip assembler. Alright, so if we have 2 beacons affecting every red chip assembler, that means we have 4 speed modules. Okay, with 3 speed modules already we would have enough. Okay, so we need like 26 of those, so half of those are needed for science, half of those can produce extra red chips for the base. Alright, I'll just take a look. We have, let's take a look together. I have hotkeys, I can do this. Blue chips have 8 speed modules affecting them, and we have 16 assemblers, which is way more than we need. This was for the original module production boost, mostly. So this is going to be enough no matter what we do. We have 8 speed modules affecting each assembler. We need only 3.5 for science, and we have 16, so that's way too many. That's okay though. Too many is good, it will just be backed up all the time. We don't really care about that too much. Alright, back to the game. What is next? Next is low densities. Ooh, those could be a problem, because those are only barely sufficient. Also, we are only consuming 1 belt of copper here. That's another bottleneck we need to look at. Alright, so I do have 20 of these assemblers. Mostly only 1 beacon a pop. Get off the thing, spiders. 1 beacon, 2 beacon, 2 beacon. Actually no, they have like 2 beacons on average. You can do that. So this one has 5 effect sources, 5, that means 1 beacon. All of these have 6. So we are basically too short. These should have 6 as well. But this guy has 8, so this guy has the extra crafting speed missed by these 2. So on average we have 2 beacons per assembler. Alright, that means we can simply put this in here. 4 speed modules on average per assembler. We need 17 for science, that is good. But the question is, how much copper does this require? Okay, more than 1 red belt, but only slightly so. That is for those 17 assemblers. So 17 assemblers require 1 belt of copper. I already fixed some of that, I think. So we have 1 red belt of copper, but 20 assemblers. Well, we can feed only 17 of those. But the last 4 assemblers are already requesting from a chest of copper. So we can simply do this. Then we'll be good for sure. We'll request copper to here as well. And the bots will deliver copper here as well, so we won't be drawing only off the belt. We have a little bit of sneaky backup help here. That means we also have enough low density structures. Come on, bots, show me the delivery. Here it comes. Alright. So that's going to be sufficient as well. Then it's electric engines and bot frames we need to check. So let's close this. Also up here a bit. Okay, bot frames, we need 6 assemblers, we have 8. Electric engines, we need 3 assemblers, we have 8. So that's good as well. And finally we have rocket control units, which have a full line of beacons next to it. So that's 8 beacons per assembler. We have 12 of those. That's way too many. That's way too much. Pretty sure that's way too much. Right, let's check out rocket control unit. Yeah, we need 42 assemblers, but that does not account for the speed modules we have. Then we need only 8 of those. Alright. And we're not really using rocket control units for anything else, so we have basically... we could construct the top 1/3 of this and we would still be good. I'm gonna keep it in place though. Okay, then the last things to consider are rails, electric furnaces and module production for purple signs. Since we are going to be producing more purple signs, let's open that in a new tab. We would need 4 assemblers for productivity modules, 1.3 for rails, for furnaces, and exactly 2 for rails, and 2 for iron sticks. I think we have exactly those values. Yeah, I have 4 of those. So this would be exactly enough. I think we can just add a Mark 1 speed module to that. Let's request some Mark 1 speed modules, just to have a little bit of overproduction, so that it always stays backed up. This we need 1.8, we have 2. We need 2 rail assemblers working all the time, after we upgrade to 84 signs a minute. Dang it, bots. Alright, so basically we do this, speed is up ever so slightly. Oh, those were sufficient actually. We only need 1.3 furnace assemblers, but we needed exactly 2 rails, exactly 4 productivity modules, so we just speed it up just a little bit more, so we don't rely on the exact amount. Right, and then yellow signs, we already did the ingredients for yellow signs. Those were all on the bus. And then we need to consider solar panel and accumulator production for the rocket. This is purple signs. This could just go down. Yeah, okay, we need 1.1 assembler now. So for 60 signs a minute, solar panels and accumulators was 0.84 assemblers. Now we're gonna cross that threshold. So we're gonna need to speed up these as well. 1 speed module will do, that puts it down to 0.9 assembler. Alright, that's good to know. I think that's the last of the potential changes. So let's throw that in here, and that should be fast enough now. Rocket silo, actually, yeah, rocket silo could do 100 signs a minute, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we need 0.8 rocket silos working all the time without beacons. And obviously we have 1 rocket silo, so that's going to be good as well. I guess we should check. I forgot to add lubricant. Let's put some tanks here just to remind myself. Rocket fuel, right, rocket fuel. Rocket fuel, we have Mark 1 productivity on that, that's going to be okay. 27 assemblers with 19 solid fuel plants. Okay, that's a problem. We have not got 19 of these, we've got 18 of those. Okay, we've got 18 of those. I guess I need to... We do have enough assemblers, that's for sure. I have 18 assemblers. What about... Can I keep my 18 if I just do something like this? Mark 2 productivity on rocket fuel. Yeah, I don't have any Mark 2 productivity modules. I don't have Mark 2 productivity anymore. So we have to do this then. I do have 36 assemblers though, so that's not going to work either. This would be perfect. I have 36 assemblers and 18 of those. So I guess we're going to make Mark 2 productivity for rocket fuel. Alright. That's also not as expensive, it's like 6 times cheaper than Mark 3 modules. Right, oil refineries, those are all beacon now. I still need not even a lot. not even gonna count that. All of my oil is already beaconed with Mark 1 beacons, so that is gonna be fine. Plastics and battery we need to check still. Plastics 11, we have 16. Batteries 5, we have 8. Sulfur 2, we have like 6. And sulfuric acid we have 1. We need 0.6. No, we have 2 actually. We have 2 sulfuric acid, 6 sulfur. We need like 1 or like a half. Yeah, we have plenty of the other oil stuff. Alright, that rocket fuel was a surprise though. That's good we caught that. So we gotta start making some Mark II productivity modules. I guess we're gonna make those in here. But now dinner is ready, so I am going to take my break now. Let's make a note on the screen. Prod 2 rocket fuel, not solid fuel. And that basically does the trick. For that, and for the rest we're just gonna follow the 3 speed module, or 3 Mark II productivity modules and 1 Mark II speed module for science, and the beacons thing which we just discovered. So that is 16 speed 2 mods for Yelper science. The rest doesn't change, and 3 rod 3 plus 1 speed 2 for other science. Actually, there's one science I didn't check, that's military science. I'm not sure if it's still relevant, but I'm going to open this in a new tab anyway. So if we want to do that, we need two red ammo assemblers. We have 2 red ammo assemblers. We also need 1 yellow ammo assembler, which obviously we have. We need 3.4 grenade assemblers. We have 4. And how many resources need to flow in there? I think that's going to be less than half a belt. Yeah, okay. That's not too much. Yeah, it looks like everything is fine for military science. So military science ingredients do not need to change. I'm pretty sure we don't need to change this here either. We could upgrade to fast outserter though. We have hand size 3 now, so yeah, we're gonna be good on that anyway. This is gonna be fine. Okay, everything is gonna be fine for the rest, so I know what I need to do once I get back. Okay, let's save here. Now it's really break time. I will transport myself over. I'm just gonna take some train rides during the break. Alright. I guess this zoom level is okay. I'm just gonna change the schedule of this train. For the break screen. Time pass, yeah, that's 30 seconds. Alright. So enjoy the train rides. I'll be back in 20 minutes or so. Let's get the cursor off screen this time. Alright, I'll be back in 20 minutes. Right, I'm back. In about 5 minutes. No, I'm back already. Maybe he sent it 5 minutes ago, I don't know. Yeah, it was break time. I think Colonel Will is doing a 2.0 simulation run, also here on Twitch. He does indeed seem to have some long trains. About this train, it's not about the length, it's about what we do with it. Or what we are not doing with it. It does contain a lot of loop though, so regardless of the length of your train, it's always good to have some integrated loop in the system. Alright, that's enough. Yeah, we're not gonna have a train base, but we're gonna have a few individual trains running around, like these ones, for the modules, solar panels, probably for the signs as well. I wonder, did we already crash into the nuclear fuel train, which comes on this parallel track over here? That probably didn't even drive once though, so probably we didn't. Do we need even more signs? Thousands of Model 3s will be needed quite soon, yeah, but we've got a separate production area for the Mark III modules now. So we're not even producing Mark III modules at the main base anymore. All of them are produced in this area where we are driving to now. I'm not sure it's a good idea to upgrade science in the base game. I mean, what's it realistically gonna do? This entire stream we've been going from 10% on this technology to 40%. The difference would be we would have gone from 10% to 45% or something, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't make sense to upgrade science. I kinda agree with that. Thinking about it. It could even be detrimental because I'm going to be researching anyway. I'm just going to be ad break coming in. I'm just gonna ramble a bit about this idea of 84 signs per minute. It sounded like a good idea at the time. At the time was half an hour ago. Is it though? I mean, I gotta produce specifically the Mark II modules for here, or I gotta do something with more speed as well. There's a lot of modules. Over 100 Mark II modules, I could do it. The thing is though, less resources are gonna flow to here. I could still make the productivity upgrades which I've been doing, and that basically just frees up more resources to go to the base. Which is probably in the long term what we really need. Instead of 20 more signs per minute for the starter base, which is going to be invalidated by the other base anyway. I could even just consider completely stopping signs at the main base. Already, since we're not doing anything significant in this base anymore anyway. I mean, robot speed 11, 32,000, it's gonna take forever. We are using most of the resources, so... Oh, thanks, hey, Rimpel, thanks for the 5 gifted subscriptions. Ad blocker incoming, yeah, that's nice. We're gonna have a couple of on screen. Just to compensate for my severe underbuilding of on the screen. Here's my other train. For those who haven't seen it yet, this is my nuclear fuel train. Let's send it over as well. This train works like so. Those was a dumb turnaround. This one actually needs it because of we need to stick this end into the fuel delivery system. And the next time we'll be loading this end and sticking that into the fuel delivery system. It could very well be that we're gonna crash into the other train because we have an unsignaled crossing over here, which is a bit dangerous. But so far we didn't. Right, so here we deliver the nuclear fuel to the power plant. And once this is empty, we're leaving again. We did not get demolished by the other train, which is still safely at the station over here. I loaded the save, so it's was waiting again. Alright, thanks as well Mod2 for the Prime subscription. Yeah, thanks a lot man for the gifted subscriptions, Rumpel, I hope I'm pronouncing that remotely correctly. Right, so I did some editor stuff I think, I need to reload again. But yeah, I kinda having second thoughts about upgrading science. If anything, I should probably be not upgrading, stopping science. But I won't stop science, but I think we'll just keep it going at 63 SPM. I think it is a mistake to upgrade. The main purpose of this base is no longer science. Kind of failed to understand that. So yeah, we do have the option now, we know how to do it. But I think we won't. Let's use this in honor of Rumpel. Get some extra sounds going. Alright, so let's cancel this. We keep this base running as is. I'm not gonna make the stuff for rocket fuel. Yeah, let's not waste time on that. Alright, so this is gonna keep going as is then. What I do want to do is I do want to do this rebalancing thing over here. Probably gonna let the base bots do it since I don't have enough belts on me. We just temporarily can extend the Roboport line from the base to out here to the mines. Then we can just do a simple upgrade command over here. Okay, I think I need a proper upgrade planner. It's a bit far for the bots to make it in one trip. That's okay. Let me switch off my own Roboport. Proper upgrade planner to red belts. This will upgrade the entire iron mine. Like so. I should also upgrade the copper mine while we're at it. What should take care of that nicely. In the base everything is red belts already. It's exactly too far, they all go to reload before placing it, that's too bad. But now I just need a proper 4x4 splitter really. I can build that myself. Zinc. I think I did it. Looks it's a bit a weird angle to build it from. Yeah, that's right. Alright. So now all of the iron belts should get backed up again. So here are still gaps. That was the old situation. Now we should have compressed belts again because we are doing it a bit smarter compared to what we were doing before. So we have 4 red belts capacity, but we only need like 3 red belts of capacity in total. So that is okay, I guess. Okay, so now we're going to be activating all these furnaces again. Right. And that means more iron gear production, which means more belts. And more other stuff as well. I guess I'm just gonna fake this to make it look a little bit more symmetrical. Alright, now it looks almost like it's actual. It doesn't at all. Alright, stop doing this stuff, man. What the heck am I doing again? Alright, it was fine how it was. Never mind. Alright, so main problem solved. We are producing enough ore again. Probably we won't need to rebuild this. But if we do, yeah, we're gonna save that for another time. I don't want to build a mixed mining patch right now. Right, we're also gonna deconstruct these roboports again. So I don't want roboport coverage to extend too far out of the base. Alright, that's done. That is a part which needed to be done. And which actually has a positive influence. I'm just gonna make a screenshot of this text. So if I change my mind again, which is very likely that it will happen at some point, I will know how to do it, but for now we're just going to delete that. If you can remember, just call me Ray. Alright. I don't think you need all of the splitters. Looks about right. Yeah, no, it's too much. Too much. Alright, then what's up? What's next? So we did the blueprint for all the science packs. I think we gotta take a look at what we need to do for red, green, at least red and green signs. I think the red and green signs are gonna be quite low amounts of stuff. Here's my spider. My spider is still over there. Alright, I'm gonna save again. Because we're gonna go back. Thanks Naylands as well for the Amazon Prime subscription. Alright. So, no 82 signs a minute for now. That can be gone, this can be gone. What is this? This is also 63, can be gone. What we need? Yeah, we need this guy. Let me close all that stuff by doing this, probably. Right. So this I kinda set up ahead of time already. The 1008 signs per minute. Now we're gonna take a look at what we actually need for all of this. So let's open red signs in a new tab. Green signs in a new tab. Military signs in a new tab. I think I am going to build 1k SPM of military. I'm not sure yet I will build 1k SPM of a 10k SPM of military. But 1k we may go a bit deeper in some of the military technology still, so I think I do want to do that. Alright, now reorder these a bit. Alright, here comes the stuff. This is the stuff. 1000, this is going to be easy, 1000 signs per minute for red signs, 20 assemblers, Mark 3 speed module, Mark 3 productivity modules, and 4 beacons. Yeah, we did that. Now is the question, what do we need for that? Well, half a belt of copper, and yeah, half a belt of iron basically. That is not a lot. I think that is I think that's too small to do its own build. I think we'll combine that with green signs at least. But I'm going to round up all of these things in like half belts. So we're gonna say we need... Okay, let's first look at green signs before we make any decisions. Green signs, 1000 signs per minute. We did the assemblers. 24 pieces. We're gonna need 5 inserter assemblers, which could be less if we speed module that up, but 3 different ingredients for the inserters could lead to that the inserters cannot keep up with the production speed of the assembler if we speed it up to extreme speeds. So we may just do something more simple. We could just build it against the back of some beacons if we find space. I mean, if we can build it against the back of like 2 beacons, we need 3 assemblers. I guess this is the same, yeah, 2 assemblers like so. And we'll see how we do that. Belt assemblers, we need only half of that. I think we can actually do that. We can do like 1 belt assembler, we can probably do like 2 inserter assemblers. We can probably find a way to input and output at the appropriate speeds. We're also gonna need a couple green chips, not a lot. And also some gears here. Alright, so I'm kind of curious if I just add red signs to this, what will the total amounts be? This I can probably split between these ingredients. So this is still combined less than half a belt of copper and a little bit more than 1.5 belt of iron. So if you look at red signs exclusively, it's 0.381. If we look at green signs exclusively, it's going to be 1.162. Right, so I do need 2 iron lines already in general. So I may as well add red signs to this. That's still going to be 2 iron lines and half a copper line. Right, so red and green signs, 2 iron lines and half a copper line. I guess let's go back to the game. I'll just make a note. Red plus green, 2 iron lines, a half copper line. I'll just plop that down somewhere, maybe here on this nice grey background so we can read it later. Alright. The question is, are we going to build this separately or are we just going to try to combine military and blue signs in it as well? Or at least military signs perhaps. Military signs is already a bit more expensive. Military signs and blue signs have comparable costs, though the type of resources are quite different. So here we need a lot of stone and stone bricks for walls, and a lot of like steel for a little bit of steel for ammo, a lot of coal for grenades, that kind of stuff. Whereas blue signs is more iron and copper and oil. But the cost of 1 science pack is roughly 25 resources for military signs, as well as for blue signs, whereas red and green are like 3 and 7, so those are quite a bit cheaper. We should see that reflected somewhat in the resource counts, though it kinda depends on how many steps of productivity we can get in. So I think military signs is going to be a lot more expensive than blue signs in terms of resources. Because there's less productivity steps involved, because many of these intermediate recipes don't accept productivity, like the walls, the ammo, the red ammo, the grenades, they all don't accept productivity. We can see military science is 1.5 belt of ore, but we should look at the plates. So let's say 2 belts of iron, slightly more than it's like 2/3 of copper, 2/3 of a belt of copper. So I guess 1 belt of copper, 2 belts of iron, 2 belts of coal, 3 belts of stone into bricks. Alright. What about blue signs? Blue signs is another belt of copper, Yeah, 1 belt of copper, 2 belts of iron, almost fully used up. Still a little bit more coal. Only 0.2 belts though. How much was military science? 1.3. So 2 belts of coal suffices for military science and blue science. So maybe we will build them together. It also makes the design process a bit more interesting, I guess. Oh yeah, so military science requires a lot of resources. You can see over 2 belts of stone we need like 1.3 of coal, so that's 3.5. 5.5 belts of ore, whereas blue science has more productivity steps compounding the discounts, and we need only 1.5. Like 2.5. Yeah, like maybe 3 belts of ore compared to like 5.5, so double as much discount in all these steps with all the intermediate. From copper wire 40% discount, green chip 40% discount, to red chip 40% discount, to blue science 40% discount. Whereas with military science it's just okay, iron discount a bit for ammo, no discount, ammo into red ammo, no discount, red ammo into science, okay, we get a discount for science, but a lot less productivity going on here. Right, so let's do look at them all combined then. Because it does seem we can maybe get away with some stuff. Okay, let's first look. So coal, we know coal is 2 belts in total if we combine everything. I think I should not combine everything. Okay, I'm at the wrong screen. Yeah, sorry about that. We are back here. Control G. Just quick recap of what I did. I split it into the different science packs. Red and green together is alright. Oh, I already did that. This is military science. It requires 5.5 belts of raw ore. There's not a lot of productivity steps in here. It's all like speed, because ammo just simply does not accept productivity. We cannot even select it. Whereas here in the blue science you will see a lot more productivity modules throughout all the steps, so we get a lot of compounded discounts. Coal here 0.2 belts only for plastics. Here we have 1.3 belts. So basically, let's go back to Factorio now. We have like coal 2 belts for milliscience and blue. Blue was like 0.2-ish. Let's round up 0.3. Military science was 1.4. 1.4. Okay, that's all the coal we need. I guess we'll look at the stone next then, because stone we only need for military science. We need like 3 belts of stone incoming basically. It's just a little bit more than 2, but a little bit more than 2 basically is 3 belts. So we maybe we can get away with building a bit less miners though. 2.5 belts would be alright as well. Alright, so stone, basically 2.3 belts for milliscience only. Let's give him some markers then as well. If we're gonna do it this way, it looks like we're partially going to do it this way. Here we have just red and green. I think iron lines I should overbuild a bit, not just keep splitting off to left and right. That's going to be very difficult to keep the belts compressed and the inserters taking from the right places and all that stuff. Yeah, sorry about that, it sometimes happens. I should have 3 screens, I only have 2, one with the game, one with the browser, and I kinda have to alt tab between the different ones and use the hotkeys to switch over. Maybe sometimes I mispress the hotkey or I just forget to press the hotkey. Now we're back into the browser, right? Yes, we are. Right, so now we're gonna look at iron and copper requirements for military science. Basically 2 belts of iron for military science. Some of that is going into steel. Are we doing that separately or what? Are we ignoring steel? And it's 1.2. How about here? We have some steel as well. 360, 514. Alright, this before I decide about steel, let's look steel first and the overview of all 4. That's going to be here. How is this looking? This is in total 1.3 belts of iron into steel. Alright, so we can either build one large steel slab, but I think if we then look here, this should be less than 1 belt of iron into steel. Yeah, this is less than 1 belt of iron into steel. And for military science it's also going to be less. Alright, but we're gonna do steel separate for, no matter if we'll combine it or not, let's not take into account steel because that's a different type of furnace setup. Or is it? We can stay within 2 belts here. I guess we'll just smelt steel on the spot for red ammo, I guess. It still is like 14 furnaces though. We should probably up this to 16 for smelting at least. It doesn't really matter for the rest, but let's do steel. That's gonna be 9 furnaces of steel. This is gonna be 12. They will probably combine steel. Then we get an extremely annoying amount of iron, 1.062 belts. Fortunately I've got a smelt design that can turn 1 belt of ore into 1.07 belts of iron, so we could use that one here for a single belt of iron if we just produce steel separately. But if we don't do it, these values are quite nice though. I kind of feel like I gotta do it separately though. Can I make up my mind already? Not quite yet. Okay, let's check this total steel requirement by itself. It is more than 1 belt of ore. So that is annoying. Okay, we'll just smelt steel on the spot for military science and for blue science, because the amount of belts of iron we need to take in does not change if we ignore steel. This is still combined. Let's close that as well then. So basically, no matter if we ignore steel or not, we need to bring in 2 belts of iron. If we ignore it, we need to bring 2 belts of iron. So that doesn't change. And for blue science, it's the same story. We need more than 1 belt. And we need more than 1 belt. So let's keep it simple. We'll just smelt steel on the spot. We'll probably have some space to do that. Okay, and what screen am I again? I'm still in the calculator, alright. Yeah, I'm going to do 1000 science per minute for military as well, because we may get a bit deeper into military. So if we do, it should keep up. I'm probably not going to do it for 10,000 science per minute, as that's just a waste of time. I don't know, we may just start with a 10,000 science per minute. I just may design everything except military science, switch it all on, and then I guess we gotta run it for some time. So maybe we'll do military science after the fact, after it's already running. And we can add it later, just for completion's sake. Right, so we're still in this screen over here. Kinda does make sense to do steel separately though, it still does make sense. It's just not gonna look nice if it's in the middle of the build and actual smelting setup, so let's just do this. Alright. So that means we just need 1.5 belt of iron for military science. Let's go back to the game. Milli 1.5, 1.2 belt of iron. And 1 belt 0.667 of copper. And then blue signs, we need to look again. So here we need 1 belt of copper and we need 1 overclocked belt of iron. I'll get into that overclocked belt of iron soon for those who didn't see that in the past streams. But this is blue. Blue 1.062 belt of iron, which means 1 overclocked 1 belt of copper, yeah, barely or mostly 1 belt of copper. Alright, so then what are we gonna need in total? For iron this is gonna be 1 overclocked, 1.2 for military science. Okay, how much is it for green science then? Is this less than 1.8? Then we can combine this into 3 belts. I'm doing exactly what I was not planning to do. So let's continue with that anyway. Yeah, 1.54. 2 iron lines, but not really. 1.54. That's a 1.55. Okay, so that's 1.5 and 1.2. That's less than 3. Alright, so I don't really need to overclock this belt either. I can just share some iron from over here. That means 2. So 1.5, 2.7, 3.7. We should have enough with 4 belts of iron. 4 belts iron plus 1.125 iron ore for steel. So that's going to be iron. Copper, half a belt of copper here. 0.393. Okay, how much is that together? Okay, I'm just gonna look at the grand picture. I will just split it out like I said I wouldn't do because it was dangerous to do so with the inserter priorities and whatnot. I'll figure it out. Let's look at the total copper. Is this... Okay, this is the wrong one. I need the one with only red and green and blue signs. Looks like I don't have that anymore, so we'll just switch this up. We don't need to look at the rest just yet. Copper. I knew it was under 2 belts of copper plates in total. Just ever so barely under 2 belts. So that's a little bit dangerous to go for 2 belts of copper, but I think we can do it. It will take a while to back up though. So probably we should let the belts fill up first before we switch it on. Buffer. Is it that time of the day again? Ah yeah, see? Not great quality for the last little bit. Okay, it was just one down spike. Or is it happening again? Alright, it does seem like we are back, at least. Alright. So how is the 4 belts of iron matching up? If I ignore steel, that's gonna be 3.8 belts of iron. Alright, so that's correct as well. Then we just need to do a separate one for steel again. And then that shows we need, basically it shows we need like 36 steel furnaces. 36 furnaces smelting steel. And we need to feed it like 1 1/8 belt of ore. Alright, so that's what we are gonna set up then. I guess we'll first do the smelting stuff. Okay, let's get back to here. So I'm gonna add one more. Just this is gonna be like 1.125 belts for steel, and that's gonna be 36 steel furn. That is really just exactly enough, so we definitely should let the belts fill up first, or we are going to be overproducing one side for a long time before we fill up the other side. Yeah, okay, good. That's one of the drawbacks of producing just enough. If you need to split it off, it is most of the time impossible to split it off exactly in the correct ratio, so you need to wait for overproduction on one side to stop, the entire belt to fill back up, and then only then enough starts flowing to the second setup. But this is basically 6 lines of iron, or like 5 and a little bit. You can get away with 2 lines of copper. Here's the 100k accumulators. 2 belts of copper. Right, so accumulators a bit behind solar panels, but not too much, like 1 hour and 10 minutes. Also, we went from 10k to 100k faster than we went from 1k to 10k. So also that is still working. Alright, and stone and coal we already got there. I guess I'll just copy that into the grand resource overview. And 2 belts of coal. Alright, let's delete those. Okay, so now we kinda have the distribution on screen, what we need. We gotta start looking for a location which can fit like 6 belts of iron, 2 belts of copper, like 2 belts of coal and 3 belts of stone. Am I in the right screen? I am. Now I'm paranoid every time. Dual purpose, that is triple purpose. Dual purpose is just going to be 1k signs per minute and modules. This is not going to be the dual purpose part yet though. The dual purpose part is... So now we are doing just these sign specs. I think I'm going to switch... I'm not going to do this method for purple, yellow and space signs. They have too many common ingredients like masses of green chips, masses of red chips and masses of blue chips. I think we're just gonna build separate amounts, separate setups for all the remaining green chips we need, all the remaining red chips we need, all the remaining blue chips we need. And we can use that And then we can also fork off those red, green and blue chips to make modules when we are not producing signs. So it's probably the first thing I'll set up of the rest of the base is green chips, red chips and blue chips. Then we can switch that on to produce some extra modules. Did I almost die? No, I'm sitting in the spider. I can stand on the rails, no problem. Wow, looks like the first cluster of 36 chests is already completely filled up. The bots have started to fill storage chests now. That went by quite quickly. Yeah, so of the rest of the base we'll first do green chips, red chips and blue chips, and then we can switch that on to produce even more modules. And that's basically going to be our module production for the 10,000 signs per minute base already. Kinda wondering if I should do that even before designing this, but I don't think so. I think we'll design this first. We'll do the dual purpose red, green, blue chip setup the next stream. I won't be able to finish that in 1 hour. Will I be able to finish this in 1 hour? I don't think so either. But at least we can start looking for a location. I think actually it would be good if we had a little look at the approximate amount of resources we need for the rest. Let me open that real quick. And I'll bring you to this screen as well. Alright, so at this point we did the 4 basic sciences. The thing is we need like red chips for all of these science packs. We need green chips for all of these science packs. We need blue chips for 2 of these science packs. So those are pretty big shared components, which probably would be better off be designed on its own instead of splitting this 12 belt of green chip production over like 3 different locations. It would be pretty easy to find a big iron mine, a big copper mine, extract like 12 belts of copper and iron ore, copy paste our 1 belt green chip producer, which we already designed 12 times in a row, and that's our entire green chip production done. We don't need to worry about it anymore. If we do something similar for red chips and blue chips, like like this is probably going to be different a little bit, because let's open this in a tab. Just checking, just a little bit checking. If I want to produce 1 full belt, what are we going to require? Yeah, like 1.429 belts of green chips, 1.429 belts of plastics, and copper wire. So that is not great. Easiest solution would be if we could just have 1 belt of copper wire incoming, which equates also to half a belt of plastic, half a belt of green chips. So that's just 2 belts incoming into a line of red chips. So but how many red chips are we going to get out then? Let's try something. 0.265 belts, so we should go roughly double as much. 0.503, 0.498. Alright. Alright, so for red chips we could do something like half a belt of green chips plus half a belt of plastics. Plus, if we ignore this 1 belt of copper wire, that's 2 input belts, and what we get out is 0.35 belts of red chips. Basically we could do 3 of these, 1.5 belt of green chips, so like three different columns with red chips, and those would each individually output 0.35. We could treat that as just like 1 red belt of chip production if we have 3 of those of these lines set up. So that would be pretty sweet actually. Alright, I'm getting ahead of myself a bit, but that is how we're gonna approach the rest, I think, because setting this up separately I don't see the sense in setting that up separately. And also If we set up all green chips, all red chips, all blue chips, it's very easy to make modules out of that. Instead of having to collect everything from all over the place. Question is kinda, should we include blue chips then as well? Blue signs, because it needs sulfur, it needs... Nah, I'm not sure. So blue signs also heats up red chips. Let's go back to here. Okay, so how is it actually? Let's add back blue signs in the mix. 1008. I haven't talked about space signs yet, but let's just assume we're just going to build 10 rocket silos. That's going to produce 1040 space signs a minute, but that's okay. Just a little bit of overproduction. This is all the red chips we are going to need. That's almost 3 belts of red chips. So now I am kind of wondering... If we want to build a module area out of that, let's see if we can find something which coincides with that. This is 2.5 belts of red chip production, and for 1000 signs per minute we are gonna have 2.8 belts of red chip production. We need 0.4 blue belts, blue chips, 0.44. Green chips, 12 belts, and 12 belts. Okay, so that's actually that is actually a coincidence. So the ratio of red, green, and blue chips which you need for science production is roughly equal to the ratio of red, green, and blue chips you need for module production. That's interesting. Alright, which one is the true bottleneck though? I guess we gotta bring it down. Okay, let's just use one number here. It's now basically looking when these numbers meet up. This is the production we're going to have. Which is the bottleneck in terms of modules. Here, for science we need 13 belts of green. Here we need less, I think. So green chips is not going to be bottlenecking us. Red chips 2.4 for modules. For science it's 2.8. Okay, so it's also higher. Blue chips 0.413, 0.423. Okay, looks like blue chips is going to be the bottleneck. We can produce roughly 37 modules a minute of the 1000 signs per minute base. Since we have a little bit more... Okay, let's put this back to 40. I have an idea. I think I'll have to work this idea out a bit better with precise calculations, but we could make a area which produces like 20 speed and 20 productivity modules per minute out of the 1k SPM area. We would need a little bit more red chips, we would need a little bit more blue chips, but we have a little bit of red chips and green chips to spare. 2.8 belts and 12.2 belts. Yeah, 2.5 and 11.4. So we could use those extras to produce a bit more blue chips. We could overbuild blue chips a little bit, and we may be able to get exactly 40 modules per minute out of that area. If I do that, I do need to include the red chips from blue signs as well, because if I don't, let's set this to 0. And now we have only 2.462 belts of red chips. 462, 462. 462. It looks like we need 0.4 belts of red chips for blue signs alone. That's actually a significant amount. So either yeah, 0.4 belts. I mean, I have too many windows open now, so sorry about that, I need to search a bit. So either we disconnect the blue signs from this, or we just do a priority splitter to signs and just belt these red chips over to the module area. That could be done as well. Alright, then let's look at these values once again. If we exclude blue chips, which would not, if we exclude blue signs, which would not be too stupid because the ingredients for blue signs are red chips, which are multi-use, engines, which could be considered multi-use as we also need to make electric engines into bot frames from those, and sulfur, which is also multi-use because we need it for sulfuric acid. So all of these are multi-use, whereas belts and inserters, magazines, the grenades, that's all like single use. And this is basically raw resources for automation signs. So maybe blue would be better fitted in this cluster of signs, and this is like a different cluster of signs basically. So if we discount this, if we discount blue chips, if we discount blue signs, a hydrate, sorry I missed it. I'll get through chat in a bit, I see some questions. 1.2 belt of iron and 1.5, this basically we would need only 3 belts of iron. Including steel? Question mark? I don't think so actually. I'll just quickly check this on my own in the calculator. Yeah, if we don't exclude steel, we need a little bit of steel for military signs. Then it's 1.756 belts. Yeah. Ah no, steel is still a separate thing. Yeah, okay, so if we don't ignore steel, we need 3.3 belts of iron plates. That is too much. If we do ignore steel, we need 2.7. So I guess we'll build a dedicated steel smeltery for military signs. Which is gonna require... I need to open this in a new tab again. Man, all those tabs, it drives me crazy. Need half a belt of iron ore. And 15 steel furnaces for that, alright. So this is gonna be 3 belts if we separate blue signs off. Plus like 0.5 belt, 15 steel film of iron. Stone is gonna remain equal, obviously. And coal is gonna be about the same as well. Right, so it does not really, in that regard, it does not really make a whole lot of sense to split off blue signs from this build, as we only save like one belt of iron, copper, and one belt of copper, I guess. It's like 1.16 belt of copper. That's annoying as well. I think we'll do blue signs. We'll include blue signs in this build, and we'll just split off the red chips to go to the module area if it turns out we need to. I need to do some proper planning about that. I feel like 10k run will be done in another 4 to 5 streams. I think it's gonna take a year. No way it's gonna be a couple streams. Absolutely no way. Odium was gonna say something about me not listening to his hydrate. I should set up sounds, so like sound cues for that, because my chat reading skills are way below par. While the world settings or are set to maximum size and richness, not to maximum frequency though. I think iron and copper are like 200%, coal and stone are default, and oil I think even 0.75%. Not as often, just to not have those purple blobs all over the map. You can find the exact settings of the map on my Discord. You can download this map for yourself, the unplayed version of this map, as well as my blueprint books and stuff. I'm not sure I think the blueprint book for this one is not yet on there. Did you ever consider putting concrete or stone under the tileable nuclear reactor? No, actually I did never consider that. It would be a valid use for it, since landfill anyway does not absorb pollution, similar to concrete or stone. So we may put something under that. I do kind of like the dark background though. The dark background looks nice with the glow of the reactors at night especially. So maybe I won't. I don't think I will. So it doesn't harm, but it also doesn't really serve a purpose. I won't be walking here ever. If I'm walking here, I'll get blocked by all this pipeworks anyway. So I don't think I will. Alright, I think I caught up again. Right, then we decided on this. We need to look for an area which can produce this. But first of all, what I really wanted to do is I wanted to look at... Is this still somewhere? Somewhere, anywhere at all? Anywhere at all? I guess this is close enough. The total resource requirements. So we're gonna need an additional like 22 belts of copper, 26 belts of iron, another 3 belts of coal and stone. Going once, going twice, stone 3 belts as well. Alright, so let's add that information to the infographic here as well. Rest yell per space. Surprisingly, I said how much stone, like 3 belts of stone still. That's amazing. That's the same amount as for military science. Stone, 3 belts. Coal, I said there was only 2 belts, right? No, coal also 3 belts, right? Yeah, coal also 3 belts. Coal, 3 belts. This iron and copper are massively different, like 22 belts-ish of copper. 22 belts of copper compared to 2 for this set, and iron 21. I guess a lot of that's going to be steel though, but I won't sort that out just yet. I know iron 26 actually. 26-ish belts of iron. So this is funny, roughly the same amount of coal and stone, but roughly 10 times as much iron and copper for the last 3 science packs. I was only thinking about the aesthetics. I don't know. Yeah, me too. I said I liked how it looked on the dark background. I think it would not look as nice on... I mean, if you zoom in, the landfill looks ugly, but if you zoom out, it's just a nice dark background compared to the light background of like stone parts and concrete. I think I like this. Hazard concrete, perhaps. Alright. Dang it, I'm not gonna have time to design any of this anymore. I have like a half an hour remaining or so. So that's a bit annoying. Alright. So I was kinda thinking about it already. Here in this giant area of land, we may have enough resources to do 10,000 science per minute. That's really a ton of patches. We can roughly extrapolate these numbers like times 10 for 10,000 science per minute. So we need like 60 belts of coal, 60 belts of stone, and like 300 belts of copper and iron. Something like that. There's basically we have a lot of land here and there's a ton of patches. So I was thinking maybe I can do the 1000 science per minute base in this area over here. I think there is enough ore here to supply that. If we look at these values, let's say 30 belts of copper and iron, like 6 belts of stone and coal. Okay, we definitely have 6 belts of coal and stone. We don't even need to check that, there's so much coal and stone available here. Oil is not going to be a factor either, the richness is just high, so the oil will be there, basically. The only thing we really gotta check a bit is copper and iron. So I guess we need to start with a miner design. Right, here comes the train yet again. That is that long we spent thinking about the belts and stuff. And the raw ore requirements and all that stuff. Enough for the solar panel train to fill up with another 6,000 solar panels. Alright, there it goes again. Come on, I want a nice visual train catch up already. Here comes the train, it's catching up. Kinda wanted that to happen on the straight though. Anyway, if this were a YouTube video, I now would refilm this scene. Right. Miner design, come on Mike. So I do have one design already. This is the efficiency module design. This, let's put it on here. This is 36 miners. Thank you very much, loud car in the background. 36 miners. It's enough to produce this is enough to produce ore, not for a full blue belt of ore, but for a full blue belt of plates after it's been smelted with 20% productivity bonus. The catch is though we need mining productivity 11 for it, which is probably what I should have been researching instead of worker robot speed 11 all this time if I wanted to go for this. There is another option though with mining productivity 10. I already figured out we need only 24 miners if and only if we get rid of our carbon neutral mining policies and just go full speed module in these miners. Then we have enough with 24 miners for a full belt of plates resulting from this mine here. And I think this design is gonna fit a lot easier than this design on the different mines, especially if you just want to plop a couple lines next to each other. You can see these patches are just not big enough to put many of these next to each other, and some of these are just gonna run out. So here the coal patch, the stone patch, it just does not really fit that well. It does fit on the largest of the patches, but not on all of them. So I'm kind of thinking I want to go with the speed module design. It's also less miners doing stuff. We're gonna have a bunch less miners, means a lot less entities. And this is pretty reliable to be able to like 3, 6, 7 belts of iron. We still got like 200k under at least every miner. And of course we're going to be researching mining productivity upgrades in the long run. So I'm kind of leaning towards the speed module design, because with the efficiency module design we can get just way less belts of ore out of every. We could fit maybe like 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 if we did a lot of side loading. But I want to make this easy. I do not want to. I just want to plop this down like so. Plop. And this is 7 belts of ore. And I do not want to be recombining and splitting and side loading and all that kind of stuff, like we've been doing here. Like side loading, splitting, blah 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 blah. I do not want to do that. I want to, for the miners I want it to be simple. Just plop down the miners and it's a belt. No 7 to 7 splitters, no nothing. Just plop it down, you've got a belt. And that is gonna last long enough, basically for the rest of the game. That is the idea. I guess on the largest of mines we could even fit some of these like back to back. Maybe not quite. Yeah, maybe not quite, but yeah, we'll get there eventually. Once we get into 10k SPM, we're gonna use Mark III speed moduled miners. And those are gonna mine extraordinarily fast. Then we can get like, then we can put miners in 2 directions out of the ore patch, but for now that's not gonna be the case. I think I'm gonna go with the speed module design. It is like 25 pollution a minute per miner though, so definitely gonna have a pollution problem at some point. We are getting close to the edge of the map, but like I said, this is most likely just water. Even if it's not water, it's very unlikely that this landmass goes all the way around like here, all the way around like this, and just connects to here. So I don't think we'll be generating new biters which will come to attack our base anytime soon. Alright, so yet again, just to check some stuff. Now we just need something simple. Like this, just a belt of iron. So what we want is a belt of iron plates. So we gotta be careful not to use this for steel. So currently at our current mining productivity level we need 37.5, which is not great. We need mining productivity level 11. And then we drop under 36, and that's nice because clusters of 6 make up one section of my mine design. So just under 36 is perfect. The thing is though, we are now at mining productivity 10. Looks like I'm gonna stick with that then. Back to mining productivity level 10. Now we need like 42, or at least like 40 or something. But if we go speed modules, this is just under 24, like 23.438. So that's perfect. That's like 2/3 the length of the efficiency miner. And we don't need to research mining productivity 11 for this. As you can see, this does not deliver a full belt of ore, but it does deliver a full belt of iron plates after we smelt it in the productivity module 3 smelters. That means we gotta be careful, we cannot use this to smelt steel. because to smelt steel we are relying on a full belt of ore usually. If we do steel, we're gonna directly input the let's do so if we do steel, we are going to directly input the iron into the steel furnaces, so we won't have to deal with this belt limit. Then we're just gonna turn the ore directly from iron into steel without going on a belt in between. So then we have to be careful that we're actually producing enough ore, because let's say we want to produce like 700 looks like 750 or so. Let's say we want like 750 steel a minute. If we now use this 24 speed moduled miner setup, we're gonna run into trouble because we are not producing enough ore with that. We need a full belt of ore for that case. So in order to catch that, we should also make a design which can produce a full belt of ore. So we can just say let's not use this, and we should also be producing a full belt of ore. We need 28 and a bit miners. So it's not under 28, so that means basically 30, because we need to balance it on both sides. Alright, that's good to know. I was on the right screen, fortunately. Alright, so let's get rid of this. So this is going to be our design for mining productivity 10, I think. And we gotta make one more with 6 extra miners, like so. This is one belt of ore, and this is one belt of ore into plates. That is the difference. So let's do this. We'll snap to the relative grid. This is... I guess we do this. I guess one belt. I have no idea how I should code these, so let's just do something for now. One belt of iron plates. This is the amount of miners we need. So let's put that in the grade book. Alright, I have the modules included, but I think I won't do that on here. That's actually a decent... that's a decent way to do it. Let's do it. Speed module at mining productivity 10. So this is one belt of plates at mining prod 10. Oh yeah. Okay, let's just copy this template that I made before. One blue belt worth of smelted plates, not ore, needs mining productivity 10. Alright, but this thing is a lot shorter, 24 miners compared to this thing, 36. Alright, so now we just create a copy of this. Creates one blue belt worth of ore at mining productivity 10. We're gonna need to select new contents. That is gonna be this thing, the slightly longer one. Alright, so now we got two mining designs. And it looks like... Okay, let's try that out if the snapping works. Alright, now we can just drag belts like this. This is 7 belts of copper ore already. So that's quite easy to get out of one patch. We don't need a lot for this. But if we can get like 7 belts out of one patch and we need like 30 in total, we're gonna need roughly like 5 or 6 patches or so. It does look like there's plenty of iron and copper in the neighborhood to do that. Right, so that's pretty decent. So it looks like this is going to be then 1k SPM base area. 5 to 7 cop iron patches, and then 1 to 2 coal stone patches. And of course we also got water nearby, which is nice for the oil stuff. That's going to be kind of a problem with this huge inland location. Maybe we'll do water trains or something. Have you thought about directly mining into trains? It's pretty viable for a very late game base. Like, I think you need to run like a 10,000 signs per minute base for a couple of hours before mining into trains becomes actually powerful enough to warrant the I guess that's not exactly true, right? The miners will be mining almost all the time if you set it up right. So I guess that it could be viable as well. You will be adding the overhead of a train network though. And also you are going to rely on a standard train design which should be reliably filled up at every ore patch. So if one ore patch doesn't work correctly or one ore patch runs out at a corner or something, it could already be a bit problematic. I think it works very well with those kind of mega bases where you like optimize for UPS and you basically spawn in the ore yourself at the appropriate locations and that kind of stuff. I'm not gonna have a train network though, so I'm just gonna do it. This is gonna be a belt-based base. Water trains. I may do water trains here because that is a long distance to pump water, man. Although maybe I'll just like landfill a straight edge, put like 40 water pumps in a line, and just drag 40 water pumps to the middle of the map to have an easy access point. That could be an option as well. But water trains sounds like sounds like another welcome addition to our cursed train playthrough. What kind of trains do we have? We have this monstrosity, a double-sided nuclear fuel train which alternates in loading sites, and water trains. That sounds like the golden trio of cursed trains. So we may just do that. Oh yeah, then we have to barrel water as well. No, that is gonna cost too much in terms of UPS, I think. I'm not gonna be barreling and unbarreling water. Alright. So here in the south there's a lot of iron and copper. And 2 big oil patches as well. I think this is then a suitable area for yellow and purple signs and space signs perhaps. And the green chip stuff. Here is a little bit less, there's still a lot as well. Actually there's a lot of iron and copper on both sides. Oh, we'll see. Maybe we'll design the whole base first before we actually build components of it. So we can fit everything together like a jigsaw puzzle. Instead of just having to guess how big the different builds are going to be. Alright. Okay, but those blueprints have been added to the book now as well. We've got some minor blueprints. This is probably not going to be useful. I think I won't really get better levels of mining productivity soon enough to matter. If we go back here, the nearest The nearest amount of mining productivity which would matter is if we could get under like under 18 miners basically. Maybe under 20 would be good as well. That is gonna require a couple more levels for sure though. Let's say mining productivity 13. Still more than 20. Mining productivity 14. Okay, mining productivity 14 would push us under 20. I think though we still need to go smaller for it to be useful. Double-sided really did not seem to fit. Once we're down to 18, we are the same size like we are half the size of that efficiency module miner, which only barely fit. At that point we could start considering doing some double-edged or like double belts, one going north, one going south. Looks like that will need at least mining productivity 15, 16 maybe. Yeah, that's too far. That's too far to get to on even further. Yeah, mining productivity is 17. That's probably too far to get to on our 60 signs per minute base. Okay, now we're under 18 miners. Okay, let's check the research cost of that. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 and 17. Yeah, that's too much, man. 20, 44, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. That's roughly 160,000 research. That is just not gonna happen. I mean, this is 30,000 research. We have been researching this all stream. So we would it would take like 7 streams or so to research all those levels of mining productivity. That could be a viable case if we wanted to do that. To go for the 84 signs per minute base. We would reach it like 30% faster or so. Food for thought. I guess now we're first gonna finish this one though, because we are over halfway in. Alright, I think it is time to... let's do some designing of the actual base. We'll worry about the mining and smelting later. I'm just gonna do a little bit of designing before we... Do I have time for that, man? It is only... I don't have time for that anymore. I'm sorry about that, man. It's just everything takes so much time in this game. Right, at least we can like make a plan then for the miners. That we can still do, that won't take too much time. We've got a solid patch of iron right here. 500 million. And how is the patches down here? These are a lot less rich. These are quite rich again though. Oh, here we got the big ones as well. Looks like actually the bigger patches are here in the north. At least for iron. Looks like this is just an unusually large one, 500 million. I don't see anything resembling that size. Alright, so perhaps it does not really matter that much. Do I need to save any of this for something? I don't really think so. And there's plenty of patches we can draw from if we really need to. Yeah, I don't really want to go here because this may be the start of the solar panel area later on. So I kind of want to draw the line here. I mean, maybe I can do it over like so we can still access a little bit of this. This radar line actually is pretty much on a good division. Man, so many good iron patches, I don't know, we'll see. We'll have to explore this a bit deeper. You know what, I do not want to make a decision on this right now. It is the end of the stream. There's a lot of options, and I think I just want to consider them a bit more carefully during the week before actually committing to a location and a design choice. I'll have a closer look at that Mark III module production versus science production equation, and I'll probably figure something out which I want to build then, and I will have a much clearer image of what I want to do with the base. So I guess let's go do something fun instead, something we haven't done in a while to end the stream with. I'm just gonna go to a big waterfront. Here is still a lot of fish. Here is still a lot of fish. Can I go there though? We may not be able to go there. How far can I get to the edge? I can get to this chunk. Probably a bit safer would be to get to this chunk only. So let's make a marker here. I cannot go beyond this chunk. So let's go there. We'll disconnect the other ones, the other spiders. And we are going to go out on a personal fishing trip. I gotta fill that starter lake still. I have failed to fill in fish there for quite a while. I even kept this fish deconstruction planner on myself for all this time, even though I didn't use it. It is time to finally use it again. Barrels of water is just to increase the meme factor, I guess, since water trains can actually be useful, but they are generally more of a fit for a meme build than for a serious build. Just to make the train even more cursed. But yeah, barreling and unbarreling, lots of inserters, lots of assemblers, lots of unnecessary UPS updates. Right, so at this point I should not be generating new chunks, right? Yeah, maybe over here. Again though, if this lake exactly shapes like this and the biters are out to get me, which are now being generated over here, so be it. They deserve to destroy my base. I'm not going further than this line. Let's grab our deconstruction planner. Is this my maximum deconstruction range? It looks so tiny. It's because I'm zooming out way further than I normally can. This is my normal maximum. This is the normal maximum zoom range. I installed a mod which lets me zoom out a bit further. It's quite useful for like filming and stuff. Oh man, those bots are gonna empty my power. I guess I just throw my inventory in the spider, except for the fish, and except for the stuff on my bar. We're just gonna see how much of my inventory I can fill with fish. Let's put the fish counter up here. Where's my deconstruction planner? That should be somewhere as well. Okay, let's just grab a new hotbar then. Oh, it is on my hotbar. I just have the spider control hotbar. Alright. It's good to see I'm focusing on the important stuff first. Mass fish deconstruction. Probably gotta be careful not to overshoot in the other direction either. Over 1000 fish already in the inventory. The bots have to fly out so far they run out of juice before they're back at me. This is why I have a huge personal hoverboard, exclusively to be able to fish empty these lakes. Alright, how far can I go here? Let's grab the background chunk generating thing. Probably I do not want to go further than about here. So again, let's put this on there. So I don't surprise myself with some hidden biters later on. Look at all that lovely fish filling up my inventory. This is for the 10,000 spidertron per minute base, yeah. That's what the SPM stands for. Alright, the map tag is coming up. Alright bots, hold on, don't run out of juice just yet. Alright, I'm almost there. So let's go up to here. Yeah, that is about as far as I'm willing to go. Alright. Not the most successful fishing trip ever. Guess we could go up north as well, since we're in the neighborhood. We may be able to go out a bit further here. Yeah, we are safe to go to the backside of this lake. Guess we could go all the way to this point over here. That would still be safe. Alright, yeah, that looks like a solid plan though. 1k SPM over here in the small area. That should probably fit. Let's check how the blueprint fits. There's the science assembly area. That's about this size, so yeah, that doesn't really say anything though. It's just the final science assembling. I'm not sure how big the rest is gonna be still. Alright, we're going double speed. Alright, so we should not be generating any terrain in the background except for in the water over here. Again, if the land shapes like that, hallelujah, biters, you deserve it to destroy parts of my base. Let me try to keep the zooming out to a little bit more realistic levels. Man, those bot patterns are always so pretty to look at. Alright, ads incoming, I guess for the last time this stream, hopefully. Not gonna miss much because I'm just gonna be fishing. Maybe the ads have already finished and I'm just watching chat way too late again like I usually do. Alright, we got over 5,000 fish already. We're gonna have a proper fish explosion in the fish pond again. Said I would keep the zoom levels more reasonable. Let's try not to touch the zoom button at all. The bots are just gonna run out of steam if I walk away so far. Oh, can I get on that island? I can. That's nice. Alright, I have to be careful I don't overflow my inventory. Don't look much like a spider when you're standing like this. It's my fault, I'm just holding up and left. And unfold. Right, we got another giant beneficial fishing area over here. Man, my inventory is almost completely filled up now. There's still a lot of territory. Okay, we'll keep the rest for the next time because there's way more fish still than fits in my inventory. Let's go back to the pond next to our beloved black spider, the black widow, the spider who refuses to DJ. We tried to get him to do it, but he just doesn't want to. Looks like our fish are now swimming all the time thanks to the proximity of this spider. So that's nice, at least this looks more natural, because if we are far away the fish just swim out and then just get stuck on this line over here. Maybe we can show that off in the outro screen a bit. Right. I'm just gonna walk back quickly. Super speed spider. Looks like the base is not big enough yet to actually slow us down. Oh, did you hear that? The spider walking sound was actually different when we walked over the ore. I didn't know that. Different spider walking sounds depending on what the spider is walking on. That's interesting. Alright. I'll get out. Right, now you will see for what I need all this fish. You may notice this is a slightly abnormal amount of starting fish in your starting lake. You may think I've been editing this map a little bit, but as it turns out, you can hold fish in your hand and you can just make a save. Let's make a save. I haven't made a save in a long time. And you can just hold Z and you can just throw the fish in the water. And you can really throw a lot of fish in the water very fast. If you do this, you can also throw them on the land like so. That is less great. Oh, now I'm not dropping fish anymore. You need to have at least 5 fish in your cursor. So let's try to not drop them on the land. We'll just try to drop them in the lake here. Let's try to just make a giant cluster of just a black blob of fish right here. Yeah. 2000 more fish to go. 1000 more fish to go. And all fish have been deposited. Now this is how the lake looks. How many fish are in the lake? 34,000 and counting. Yeah, most of them are here. I'm getting hungry, it's time to eat some fish. I guess I'll do this for the overlay. It is night. Anyway, let's just enjoy the fish-filled lake like so. Right, I'm gonna have to go. I don't have time anymore for a big outro. Water doesn't look healthy. Yeah, I think there's too much fish pee in the water. Yeah, just throw in from over there. What's all the fish for? Yeah, it's a good question. 10,000 spidertrons per minute base is the best answer we have been able to come up with, but researchers are still stumped by this age-old question. What are all these fish for? Nobody really knows. Yes, eventually, once things get serious with UPS, I'm gonna save. This is gonna be end stream save-ish. So once we get serious about UPS, we're gonna optimize. We're gonna delete this old starter nuclear reactor with the nice circling, eternally circling fuel cells because the inserters have been disabled. This thing is not working anymore. It's just a time capsule. Like we honor our starter nuclear reactor by not deconstructing it and having the fuel cells go brrr on the belt. But yeah, once UPS start to matter, we will get rid of all the fish, this nuclear reactor, this entire tileable nuclear reactor, which will probably be 5 times the size by that point. Everything that consumes unnecessary UPS we're gonna delete by that point. But for now, we still can go roughly 2 times speed, almost 4 times speed. Look at the fish at 4 times speed. Yeah, we can still go like at 4 times regular game speed at this point. So not too concerned yet about saving UPS. Alright. I think I'm gonna leave you with the fish swimming at 4 times speed here. Alright. I would like to say thank you all for watching. Sorry the stream was a bit shorter than usual. Didn't get as much done as I would like to have gotten done. Would have liked to gotten a good deal on the way with the red, green, military, blue signs area, but now I'm not even sure if I should include the blue on that, so I guess we'll have the answers to that next time. I'm going to be streaming next Sunday again. I'm not going to be streaming this Friday. I'm going to be away. And I probably won't stream during the week either this week, since I also have to get some time in on the videos and stuff. And since I'm away a couple days in the weekend next week, I'm just going to have to do all of the work during the week. So yeah, no streams until next Sunday, where we'll continue with this 10,000 signs per minute base. And who knows, we may get some more actual design work in. Except, of course, we did get some, not so negative Mike, we did get some design work in. This is a pretty nice looking area. I mean, it's not so hard to just plop down these assemblers next to some beacons. The trick is to get it to look nice as well. I think we've done a pretty decent job with getting it to look nice as well here. As decent as it can be when there's a tons of beacons involved. So I'm happy with this. Similar to the science area which we are gonna design. That's also gotta look somewhat nice, which is probably gonna eat up most of the time again. We'll see, maybe we won't care as much, but yeah, I guess it will be how we feel at the time. yeah, thanks Odium, and thanks Matcha as well for moderating and for welcoming all the new people, since I don't have enough eyes to watch 3 screens at the same time, plus some stuff which is not on the screen. Thanks a bunch, thanks for subscribing, thanks for chatting, and for pointing out some small errors and stuff. That really helps a bunch. So yeah, that's gonna be it for this time. Enjoy the fish swimming in the background, and I will see you all next time.